All right, good evening. Welcome to the April 30th, 2024 special city council meeting. Yeah, if the clerk can call the roll.
Mayor Stone,
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lifcott-Hames,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, will you be invoking AB 2449 for your virtual participation?
I'm not sure, but I'll be in about an hour or so.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, so to be clear, Councilmember Tanaka, you're not participating for the next hour?
I'll be in about an hour or so.
Sorry, is anyone hearing that?
So I think we'll mark him as present when he arrives in an hour, if that's what he's saying. I think I heard Councilmember Tanaka said he'll arrive in about an hour, and so we'll mark him as present when he arrives.
Okay, but he can't, I don't think he can be in the meeting until he then arrives if he's not invoking that state law provision.
I think he can listen in, but he
can listen in, but can't participate.
He can't participate in the deliberation if there are any.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So next, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We have none, and that brings us to our special orders of the day, which are to interview candidates for vacancies on boards and commissions. Since this is a special meeting, we won't be having city manager comments or general public comment. We also don't take public comment on interviewing candidates for our boards and commissions. So we are going to jump right into it. And what's our first grouping? I guess I'll turn it over to the clerk's office.
Yes, so our first group of interviews will be for the Architecture Review Board, of which there are 2 vacancies. And our first applicant is Mausam Adcock, who is here in person.
Is the microphone on? Yes. Good evening,
welcome.
council members.
Yes,
Mayor
if you would,
Stone.
if you'd like to, sorry, you can give an introduction to yourself. You have 10 minutes total. We will ask Q&A when you're done with your introduction. Then if you'd like to leave time at the end for a closing statement, you can just kind of keep track of the 10 minutes. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stone and Vice Mayor Lowing and all the council members who are here. I will not, I guess, address Councilmember Tanaka since he's not here. I am currently a board member at on the Architectural Review Board. I joined in, I started my term about October of last year when there was a mid-cycle vacancy or end of cycle vacancy. So I've been serving for the last 6 months or so. I am an architect. I have been an architect for about 20 years, I guess past 20 years at this point. I am a principal at CAW Architects here in Palo Alto. And I have really enjoyed my experience so far at the ARB and hence applying to continue to be of service to the city of Palo Alto. I don't know if you guys have tuned into any of our ARB review meetings that I've been participating in, but it has been a learning experience for myself, but I do feel like I have contributed positively for the projects that we have reviewed in the last 6 months. So I am open for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Turn it back to council. Councilman Lifcott-Hames.
Hi, Ms. Adcock. Thank you so much for reapplying. I remember when we appointed you and it was a joy to learn about you then. My question now that you're 6 months in is what is the hardest thing about being a member of the ARB and what would you like to change about it?
That's a very good question. Hardest thing is it's a lot of study material. Every other weekend I'm studying a lot for the next meeting, but you guys have to do the council meetings every week. And I also want to extend my appreciation for you spending this extra evening for 4 straight hours interviewing us. But yeah, I mean, I think the hardest thing, aside from a lot of reading material, is really being thoughtful and well-informed enough about every project that comes to us so that every comment that we make is fair, well-informed, and well-researched on our part to make sure that every project that comes in front of us comes with so much work behind them. And it's, while every deliberation sometimes takes us way longer than we plan, it is only fair to the applicants. And that's, I think the difficulty is making sure we give them enough time and be thoughtful, and while also, moving the projects forward.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So on a similar vein, maybe either speaking to specific projects or kind of alluding to circumstances, can you share with us any projects over the last year that you found particularly vexing and why?
Vexing. I wouldn't say any have been vexing. Some have been more, I guess vexing, I don't think is the right term, but there have been cases where, we work within the limits of, what, findings and such for the ARB. Like, for instance, I think I wrote in my interview application too, like the 70 Encina project, while we reviewed it for the content of the project in front of us, it seemed like the project and the city would be better served with an area coordinated plan, similar to North Ventura, for that area to really not let that project, not let is not the right term, but not only review that project in isolation as an island, but really about the whole fabric of that section of the city, how that, if there was a coordinated area plan that then this project was part of, our review and overall process would be a lot better than the project on its own.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, welcome back.
Thank you.
Ms. Adcock, nice to see you again, and thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about one of the goals that you stated in your application, where you said you're passionate about the environment and about the design community must make impactful improvements in the way we design and build that responds to global warming. The ARB is a catalyst that can help reduce the built environment's greenhouse gas emissions. So now that you've been on the ARB a little bit and kind of see how it works and what is brought before you, do you have any more specific thoughts about how that could happen, or are there limitations in that regard that concern you that you might like to see adjusted?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because as part, the ARB's purview is, certain portions of the project in terms of the exterior. We look at a little bit of interior planning, but it's really about exterior and site planning and all of that. So whereas a lot of, sustainability in terms of a building design happens a lot after. Yes, we see solar panels on the roof plans, but as far as a whole lot of sustainability measures that are required and that the projects would take on happens much later in the design process. So in that sense, I think the ARB's impact on that is pretty minimal. We can kind of give some amount of guidance on making sure there is space to do the things in the future, but not at the planning level that the projects come in at for the ARB.
So in terms of the ARB being a catalyst, it might be a bit of a challenge, sounds like.
Yes, I would say that, that it is while we obviously can make efforts and the designers are also making the efforts, it is a slightly early in the project phase, other than making sure they are planning and thinking ahead of those impacts that the projects are going to have in the future.
Yeah. So given that that was the specific goal that you cited in your application and that it's elusive, are there other goals that you now have that have sort of risen up in your work with the ARB?
I would say that is also still a goal, although not, like I said, not as much of an impact. But other than that, I think in terms of impact ARB can have on projects, citing of projects, and particularly as we're seeing a lot of projects that are housing projects that are going to the whether it's limits of setback and all of that, that really impacts how not just that street, but the whole city develops in the future, even when we're looking at one project at a time. When a certain project, uses certain waivers and all of that in order to obviously densify the project, which is a very good cause, it does impact other projects. And we, for just in terms of being, fair and equal to all projects, I feel like the ARB as a group needs to be thinking not just about one project, but like, how does our review of that project stand in reference to everybody else, recent or future projects?
Thank you.
You got 50 seconds left if you'd like to give a closing statement.
Or if you have another question, I will take that.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you, Ms. Adcock. And again, thank you for reapplying and thank you for your service also. So the city has incorporated dark skies and bird safety as part of our council's priority in addressing climate change and sustainability. How do you think ARB can guide in the design guidelines for that, as well as do you feel it should be for the entire city of Palo Alto or only out in open space?
I personally think it should be for the entire city. And I know we had differing opinions about that the last time we had a hearing about it. I think it is really important because it is one of it feels like small things, but it adds up and is really important for the built environment to be responsive to the natural environment. And those bird safe glazing, dark skies are both really important sustainability measures that I commend the city on moving that forward. And ARB in its, the commenting on the ordinance as it comes forward, I think we need to be we need to be thinking big and supporting the city and the people who are supporting the sustainability measures of the whole Bay Area to move it forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you again for your application. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, our next applicant is Zachary Posner. All right, welcome. You have 10 minutes. If you'd like to give an opening statement, and then we'll have Q&A. And if there is time at the end, you can provide a closing statement as well.
Thank you. I definitely hope there's questions because I don't want to talk about myself for 10 minutes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you can lift it up. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Zachary Posner. I currently work at Stanford University. I am the Director of Architecture. That is in the University Architect's office. I have been practicing for 25 years. I know I look older. I started off working at some large firms in San Francisco for about 8 years, and then decided I really wanted to understand the other side of the table, understand the owner position and all the people that were going to use the building at the end of the day, bring a lot more empathy to the way that I was thinking as a designer. Took a job at Stanford Hospital. I worked there for about 7 years. I was the entitlements manager for the renewal project. I believe Councilmember Burt was very involved with that. Had to sit in this room for about 400 hours probably during that process. Wore a lot of different hats at that organization: project manager, entitlements manager, design manager, and then moved over to the university side about 12 years ago. And now I oversee planning and design of Stanford's land and buildings, both in Palo Alto and a lot of other jurisdictions. So that's one key thing when evaluating me is I would have to recuse myself from any projects related to Stanford University. That includes projects in the research park that I'm involved with, the shopping center, and the medical center. But I would love to be a part of this team. I've sat through many an ARB meeting. I think it's such an important part of the process here. I love hearing more from our community about what they value and bringing that to the projects. I think I'm a really good translator from a variety of constituents about what is important to them and helping translate that to a designer. That's what I do every day. I hear from faculty, staff, students, members from the Stanford community about what they value, and I translate that to design teams and contractors. So I think in that way, this would be a very natural position for me to help fill. And with that, I want to stop talking.
Councilmember.
Thank you. Good to see you. And so can you share with us any thoughts about the differences and similarities between your roles at the hospital and at Stanford and the sorts of larger institutional buildings that you focus on there and the sorts of commercial and residential buildings that we have here, although the ARB has less jurisdiction over residential buildings than they formerly had because of changes in state law. But just any thoughts you have on kind of the different ways that you would need to view those?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I have a lot of variety of input on projects. Like I sometimes say light touch on some jurisdictions, right? So we work with SLAC, the Linear Accelerator campus. That's a very light touch relationship as landlord, where we help them with siting of buildings, long range master planning, but we don't really get into the weeds of how they design their buildings because the Department of Energy is really the owner developer. So that's an example of very light touch. I would say the medical center at this point, my role is like a medium touch, right? It's like a little bit more in planning and definitely design, but ultimately separate developer, separate funding. They have their own CEO, and a hospital is a very different, organism than an academic campus. I work with our real estate team. Very different drivers on projects. They are not always looking to do a 100-year building the way that we would do on the academic campus. So the investment and the duration isn't as long. So you kind of have to balance all these different drivers and how they impact the schedule, the budget. Shopping center is another one where, a tenant signs up a lease and they got to get that space open as quickly as possible and start getting customers in the door. So we try really hard to keep them moving. That's a light touch example, right? So I feel like I'm pretty good at calibrating, understanding what the developer and the architect is trying to do, getting in their heads, empathizing with that process, and calibrating my feedback in a way that keeps them moving and isn't overly cumbersome. Yep.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thanks. I was interested in, you have, as Councilmember Burt said, both obviously public experience with Stanford and private experience. As you look back on it so far, what is a project or a role that really stands out to you where you can say, I nailed that. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, we had that question on the application, which was fun for me to think about. There's a project we finished during the pandemic. It was like the only building I built during the pandemic. So that was a weird time going on job sites, with double masks and everything. But Center for Academic Medicine, which is an office building for the School of Medicine, that is where Welch Road hits Quarry Road, right across from the barn, the old vineyard. And I just love that building so much. I visit it all the time. There's something about the way it transitions from a sort of more bustling character of Quarry Road to the Arboretum. And we knew as we were designing that project that this was a really special site right up against the Arboretum. And we really wanted to make sure that we honored the site, but also responded to sort of this more urban context of the medical center and the shopping center and what those two sides really do to a space. And so it's kind of, we lifted the building up off the ground a couple stories to invite the public in. There's a cafe on the ground floor that's accessible to the general public, not just School of Medicine folks. And it's got a 1,000-car garage underground that you would never know about unless I told you. And we brought the landscape from the Arboretum into the courtyard.
Okay.
So that building just did everything I ever wanted to do.
I can feel the
in a project.
enthusiasm
Yeah.
from here.
And I hope you all go look at it at some time if you're
Okay.
if you're walking. It's right near the Cactus Garden too, so it's a great spot to go around
Thank you.
sunset. Yeah.
Councilmember Ku?
Thank you for applying, Mr. Posner. So a similar question to the prior applicant, but basically, you know, we do have the natural environment incorporated into our sustainability plan and addressing climate change. So how do you feel about dark sky policies as well as bird safety and just incorporating protective measures within the design element for our natural environment?
I think it's great. I don't know that it's the role of the ARB. I'd have to read our charge and what that is specifically. I think I had a project where an ARB member kind of bordered on making it a condition of approval for the project that we include bird safe glass. And if council or planning commission planners make a rule, then ARB should reinforce it. Until that point, I think sometimes ARB members need to not overstep their bounds and really like be clear about what their charge is. I mean, I think there's really good things we can do to relative to sustainability, just with like good old fashioned siting of buildings in the correct orientation, understanding prevailing winds. Those are the kinds of things that have been done for thousands of years, but we sort of lost track of in the 70s and 80s, but are like really coming back to it now. So I think just good design can go a long way, and it doesn't all have to be about photovoltaics and, you know, ground source heat exchangers and things. I think there's some really simple things we could do. Bird safe glass, even, you know, it's such a premium that it's harsh to require an applicant to include that in their project. So there are things you can do, like breaking up the size of a piece of glass into a series of smaller lights with mullions and butt joints and things like that. And of a certain size, a bird is going to perceive that they can't fly through it, right? Or making sure the reflectivity isn't too high. So we have this come up on Stanford campus a lot. There's one faculty member at School of Medicine that sends me pictures of dead birds periodically and says, well, what are you going to do about this? And I was like, well, that building's slated for demolition, so let's wait a little while. But I think in general, if we're proactive about it in the design process, we don't have to resort to bird safe glass necessarily. We only have one project on Stanford's campus where we used it because it was right next to Lake Lagunita. A lot of birds commuting in that area, and it was just of the utmost importance that, you know, none of them smack into the wall. So we've had a pretty good track record without having to resort to bird safe glass so far.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that, especially because you do go back to basics and what was at one point something good to consider in terms of siting and all that. But I'm not sure everybody is there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thank you for your application.
Sure.
We appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to our next applicant, Kendra Rosenberg, I believe on Zoom.
Yes, she's online.
Okay.
I am. Hello, council members. I am hoping that you guys can see me okay and hear me okay.
Can't see you. Can the clerk's office make sure that we have video? There we go.
Hi, and I apologize. I am definitely in my car. I'm doing a few different things today. My husband's a little preoccupied, so I've got kids, and I really wanted to thank you for your flexibility in allowing me to join you today via Zoom. I would have loved to have been in council chambers at the moment, but just didn't work out today, so I apologize for that.
That's all right. As long as you are parked in a safe space for the interview, we're happy to continue. You have 10 minutes. You feel free to give an opening statement, then we'll do Q&A. And if there is time, you can give a closing statement.
Sounds good. Well, I just wanted to thank you guys again for taking the time to speak with me. I've been serving on the ARB for the past 2 years, currently serving as the vice chair, and I've been really enjoying my time and experience and really welcome the capacity to give back to the community that I was born and raised in. I work as a single family home designer and an architect, and just run my own firm with just myself. I joined ARB originally 2 years ago with the intent to try and make the city a better place to build. I had some struggles with a project getting through, and I found that some of the projects near my home just really weren't up to the architectural standard that I would have liked to have seen. So I figured if you can't beat them, join them. And I've really enjoyed the time and really enjoyed the thoughtfulness of the fellow board members. I feel very privileged to be serving on the board at the moment. And really would just like to continue to do my civic duty to give back to our wonderful community.
Great, thank you. We'll turn it to council members. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thanks. Your opening statement set up with my opening question, which now that you've been on both sides of the table,
Yes.
How's the process? Obviously, I'm not expecting you to say it's perfect, but give us a perspective.
I can't even begin to explain how illuminating it's been to be on both sides of the table, because it's, when we have to present to the Architectural Review Board, and, we present all over the area. We work in Los Altos Hills, Woodside, Mountain View, Portola Valley, right? And everybody's got it a little bit different. I feel that Palo Alto has a very good grasp on how they want their overall city to look and to feel and to function. And I think that finding those right balances between the aesthetics, which is what, the ARB is predominantly tasked with, but also making sure that these buildings are functional. We have been tasked from the state level to really make sure we've got an adequate income of housing coming in. And on the ARB, we have the moment to review whether these buildings are actually functional as well as beautiful. And seeing it from both sides has been just, honestly, it's been quite fun. It's really been really fascinating to see it from both sides. And it really helps you think about your own projects in a better way. And then I think it gives you a certain amount of empathy for the people that are presenting. You understand how much time and effort and manpower and hours and money goes into all of these projects, and how much thoughtfulness goes into it. And it also gives you a moment to look at an application and say, this one could have used a little bit more time and effort. And it really helps sort of separate that out to be able to see those pretty quickly.
Great, thanks. And thanks for your work on the Magical Bridge.
Oh, I love Magical
Absolutely
Bridge.
awesome.
Have you been recently?
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous. I'm glad to hear it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in with a question.
Please.
What do you see as the biggest challenge facing the ARB and kind of Palo Alto generally within the realm of ARB over the next several years? And why do you want to be on the ARB to be able to address those issues?
It's a great question. I think the biggest number one question is the increase in housing that we need to see over the next 8 years. We're going to have a huge influx of housing necessary, needed on many fronts. And to make sure that that growth is done in a thoughtful, sustainable, and responsible way, not just, putting houses up and putting apartment complexes up and throwing townhomes in willy-nilly. I think really being able to take the time that we need and have the eyes on it to review those projects as they come in, but really supporting the developers to make sure that these projects do happen. And on that same vein, it's really, we struggle with the balance is what I find that we are very often tasked with, to maintain the balance of forward motion, progress, development, while maintaining it in a thoughtful and responsible way. I did listen on the last few moments of the prior speakers' commentary, and board member, council member who had asked about bird safe glazing and dark skies. That's one of those elements that we tackle in a very metered fashion, where we have to look at both sides of the table, that you have an absolute environmental need, and that you also have an absolute need to get these houses and these apartment complexes built. So finding the best possible solution in that middle vein, I think, is a really important challenge, and it's a tricky one. So we have to take our time and really do it very thoughtfully.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And thank you, Ms. Rosenberg, for reapplying and for your service as Vice Chair of ARB. We're grateful for that. I was interested in your identification of 3300 El Camino as a project that you found to be a good example, an example of good architecture. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit more about that and your reasons.
I do apologize. I am not able to pull the 3300, the image of it off the top of my head right now. I was looking at all my papers and I had gone through my previous packets. Could you kindly remind me the project? And I'm so sorry. This sounds really silly, but
let me read you the rest of what you said just to
Please.
prompt you. Sorry, I wasn't trying to do a memory test.
No worries.
In front of the existing Rivian building, and
Got it.
said
Okay.
the methods of large timber construction, lots of gas, and living roofs were elegant and thoughtful.
That's the one. Okay. I thought it was that one. I wanted to be double sure. Thank you. That was one of those striking pieces of architecture that I found that when it crossed our desk, it was really something special. Now, it's, you know, predominantly glazing. There's a lot going on with that building, but I found that they really use that as a very elegant way to develop a site that, again, I've driven past every single day for probably 20 years at this point. And really that's going to be such a jewel of that stretch of road. And I think it will really inspire and influence the rest of the development along that stretch of El Camino. And I think it's a really wonderful opportunity to progress our style and our quality of architecture forward in this city.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Ms. Rosenberg, thank you so much for your service to the city and for jumping through these hoops to be with us tonight. And many of us can relate, if not all of us. Obviously,
Yeah.
given that you're the principal designer, you do this, as has been mentioned, sort of on the other side of the desk. Do you have any guidance for us as a city, broadly, ARB specifically, based on your interaction with other jurisdictions about processes we have, ways of being that could be smoother, could be more efficient, more effective in order to get the work done?
That's a really interesting question. Again, I do come from a standpoint where we have a lot of residential input where, you know, with the ARB in Palo Alto, we are predominantly tasked with multifamily. And I think that that is quite a profound difference between sort of what I do on a daily basis and the sort of the large scale tasks. I guess the biggest piece of advice I would say is just remembering that the person on the other side of the table in the application, how much goes into it. Right. And giving them the opportunity, I think we are doing quite well actually as an ARB, is we're allowing people to come in with a preliminary review before they officially submit. They get some feedback from the ARB. They can see where the 5 members stand at any given point on the project, where it is that day. And I think that sort of step-by-step progress, we've even had one ad hoc that was a preliminary. We had a preliminary review and then the ad hoc was very nervous because of the feedback that they got during their preliminary. So to have the capacity to reach out to the ARB ahead of time before you formally submit, you really feel like as an applicant, you have more of a direction and that you're going in the right way. And I think that that's a really good thing that ARB is actually quite succeeding at, that we are really allowing people and applicants to come in early to get advice as they need it. I would also say that just kudos to my fellow board members. They are very thoughtful. They are very respectful of the time and effort and really manpower, women power, however you want to call it, person power that goes into these projects and how much it takes to get them to where they are before they even hit the ARB's desk.
Oh, wow. That time went quick. Thank you.
It did.
Miss Rosenberg, appreciate your service and your willingness to continue to serve. So good luck.
All right. I appreciate all of your time. Thank you so much, council members, and I hope you have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Moving on to our next applicant now. Tough with this one. Get us. Okay. Ulinskas. Okay, I'm sure you're being kind. Thank you. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. Feel free to give an opening statement. We'll do Q&A, and if there is time, you can give a closing statement as well.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Geddes Ulinskas. I've been an architect for about 30 years. I'm currently principal of my own firm. We're primarily a residential design firm, but we have done community buildings, worship buildings, and synagogues. One of them is the Congregation Harath Halim in San Francisco, which I've been on that project for 14 years. It's been built in stages. When I was in San Francisco, I actually lived in a neighborhood called Bernal Heights, and I served on the design review board for the special use district of Bernal Heights. It was one of the rare special use districts in San Francisco, because as a neighborhood, it started out as squatter shacks, and they had been embellished over time. So they were very quirky, and there was an odd quirkiness to the neighborhood. And the rules written were quirky, and they were to sort of preserve the spirit of what was special there and not lose it. And so I really appreciated that time that I was able to be involved with that and sort of help guide the spirit and the intent of preserving that neighborhood. So as an architect, I've worked on a number of projects actually in Professorville here in Palo Alto, which is one of the neighborhoods that is very special, that has a historic preservation code written for it. And for me, it's been a great experience because I get to see, you know, these unique pieces of architecture and what is worth preserving. And so what I look forward to in participating in the design review board, although I know it's not so much all, you know, single family residences like you find there, but maybe in guiding a lot of the larger projects in the multifamily, that, you know, the design review board can identify things that also guide that, so that in the future, people will look back and see the things that this board has approved and find that as things worth preserving as well.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes, the city just went through a whole process of whether we should have more historical homes, I guess maybe is that way to put it. And it was significantly scaled back. But what's your view of the process and how we got through that process and how we ended up in terms of if that matches with what you think we should do?
So I have to deal with, you know, historical homes all the time, and with the Secretary of Standards, Secretary of the Interior Standards for Preservation. And I do not find those standards and those rules that restrictive. I find that if you really read them, it encourages additions to actually be more distinct and to be clearly of a different era. And that gives architects a lot of leeway. So every time that I've worked in historic you know, districts and had to work with historic rules, I find we actually have better projects.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coop?
Thank you for applying. I wanted to ask, I see here that you say you're an avid cyclist.
Yes.
And as you know, as we're going through our bicycle pedestrian transportation plan, there's also design elements that go into that. It'd be interesting to hear some of what you feel might be helpful for safety, you know, for how it would fit into the natural environment. As you know, Palo Alto has so much trees, and this is one of our great attractions.
Yes. So I'm very spoiled. I live in Barron Park, and I live right next to the bike path that goes from Gun High all the way over to Arrestadero. And I think it's wonderful, the amount of infrastructure and the amount of bike paths that Palo Alto has going through it. I would love to see it enhanced, and I would love to see it expanded, because I think the more that people realize that they live in a bike-friendly community, the more they will use their bikes. And to me, that can only improve, our quality of life, traffic, everything. As far as safety goes, I think just having drivers be aware of if there's some way that bike lanes can be just better identified and have more clear designations, I think that goes a long way.
How about signage and the design on it?
I believe very much. One of my inspirations is a lot of times if you go to Europe, they have wonderful ways of integrating bike lanes into their cities where it's not just a strip of paint. A lot of times there's a planting medium or something that actually separates bike lanes from cars, and it also introduces a bit of green into that streetscape and breaks up this big sea of asphalt.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Lithcott-Haim.
Thank you. Get your name right. Mr. Walenskas.
Perfect.
I'm not surprised that you moved from Bernal Heights to Barron Park. You describe such an affection for the quirkiness and preserving what makes a place particularly unique.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about our city, whether it's residential or commercial areas, what are we about? What is it that we're trying to convey through our architecture?
What I find amazing and unique about Palo Alto is just the mixture of all the different zones. Like, as I mentioned, I'm in Barron Park, and as soon as you go north, there's, that amazing campus with Rivian and all those other startups and offices and industry. And then you've got right beyond that Stanford and this incredible educational campus. And then you've got these historic neighborhoods, and then you've got these wonderful mixed use developments. And they're all like elbow to elbow. There aren't freeways separating them. There aren't, they're just all living right next to each other. And sometimes, the edges are defined, and sometimes the edges are very blurred. And to me, that transition can be a wonderful experience. So what I'm very excited about is the North Ventura plan that you guys are working on. I think that's an amazing, amazing site in the heart with so much potential. And if done right, I think that really sort of pulls everything together and can kind of weave together this tapestry of all these different uses and all these different massings.
We have 1 minute and 40 seconds. If you'd like to provide a closing statement about maybe.
Well, as I mentioned, I lived in San Francisco. I moved here about 5 years ago. And, I liked San Francisco, but to me, Palo Alto is just an incredibly special place. And I really appreciate the work this board does to keep it that way. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good luck. Okay, that brings us to our last applicant, AJ Mishra. All right, welcome. 10 minutes, you can provide an opening statement. We'll have Q&A, and if there's time, you can provide a closing statement.
Sure. First thing, I'm not an architect. I'm a founder of a startup, which is in architecture field. So we have been doing this for the startup for about 3-4 years, and we are based out of Palo Alto. What we do is we take where architects give the architectural diagrams for homeowners and make it come to life. And in that journey, doing that, what we realize is people actually dread the process, that architecture review process, not because it is onerous just to make them feel bad or sort of go through some back and forth, because they don't understand what really happens in this process. And then I started reading all the guidelines there on the city of Palo Alto and other places. And one example was daylight plane saving. When I was reading this, it actually feels very accessible when you read that, but it is in textual format with diagrams that are not accessible. And I realized there's an opportunity for this process to be more visible, accessible. For people who have actually technology background, are very educated, even they feel shut out from how this process goes for them. That's what I heard from these folks, our customers. And then I started thinking, one way I can be helpful, if at all, if you think, is to be represent them in this process. And there's a ton of good work on the architecture side, but the technology is so much there now to make the process very accessible. And give you an example. A diagram that says, okay, you walk through the space, you come to the foyer, and this is residential properties, and you have a marked out 4x3 space, you open into it. Until you really walk through that space in an immersive way, you have no idea. And this means like some of the customers are actual architects using our solution for their own home and realizing that what they thought in the CAD diagram isn't quite working. So I know it's I don't fit the bill as to the candidates for the board, but what I thought was if given how Palo Alto is always ahead of the curve in terms of thinking about energy, you have softwares now that does simulations of how the heat gets trapped. And if you have a bunch of energy initiatives, but those are, again, words and text, but for people to understand what they mean, we could make them accessible through technology. If you're thinking in that direction, I do have expertise to help make that happen or contribute positively to that. So that's why I'm here.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I'm fascinated by what you're doing in your visualization technology. One of the dilemmas that we have now is because of changes in state law, our Architectural Review Board is very limited in their residential design review. So given that, what would you still see as the way that you could take your perspective on architecture and enabling technologies and apply it to what the ARB is allowed to review today?
So I talked to Kendra actually just to understand what happens on the board. And I do understand now that the residential isn't really a big part of the mandate. But even in commercial, there are, like, if you take Epic Games and Cesium and some of these solutions, which are bringing the entire globe, actually digitizing it and providing facades where instead of just saying this material would work here, you could actually have a decay parameters and can study over time what will really happen given, and the physics is well known of how these materials decay with global warming, and you can have more informed, instead of saying this will 8 years is the span for this type of material, you could be more informed by the simulation, physics simulation done in Epic Games and some of these software. So, but even on those initiatives, it could be more data driven, just to say. And if you look at also the language models, right? Some of the iterations where it seems like, okay, every iteration takes 2-3 weeks to come back to, we could have framework where some of the iterations can happen very fast. And that sort of build trust into, oh, I can see what you see when you do the analysis. I can see as somebody who is actually being affected by your decision, what you're thinking. So it just introduces some visibility into the process.
Councilman Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I too, like my colleague, Councilmember Byrd, am fascinated by the technology and can quickly see its applicability for the type of problem solving and visionary thinking we're trying to achieve, whether around residential real estate or grade separation, helping people really envision in a three-dimensional way what is being proposed is just elevates the ability to make better decisions, I think, remarkably. My question for you is, it feels as if the city might want to be a customer of Tricetra. But if you're on the architectural review board, we might have a conflict if we tried to use your technology. So I might find, if I were you, I might find it frustrating to have this capacity in my professional life, working for a city or volunteering with the architectural review board, wondering where my conflicts are in really making best use of the technology and yet not, do you see what I'm getting at?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank
So
you.
actually, the chat with Kendra was precisely for that. Would it appear as a conflict of interest? We are entirely in the residential space. And as Pat was saying, you guys are all about commercial. So my vested interest in this is to just learn how much there is to learn in architecture. And while I gain that experience, I contribute what I know. And since it is more commercial, I actually feel far more assured that there is absolutely no conflict. At least what our roadmap is, it has nothing to do with commercial. So, and if it was, I would actually would have pulled back.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll ask a question. I see how it's applicable, this technology, to just helping people make better decisions. How do you see your role, though, as an architectural review board member, being able to kind of bring that perspective and technology to an actual board meeting so that your peers would be able to kind of access that technology?
I think what I was thinking, forward-looking as you make rules in this space, especially with what is happening with global warming, you would be forced into having rules that will really do the energy-related analysis, make it front and center, instead of right now it's just being, okay, if the window is marked has certain stamp, you approve the process, but it has to be far more given what is happening to the planet. So what I was thinking, as you go about drafting this, it would be because that is also one of the part of the mandate, as I saw. So I could help there, bring my knowledge to the process and sort of enhance that. I totally agree. When it comes to the pure architecture analysis, I would be more learning than actually helping. So that certainly is obvious here.
No, thank you. I appreciate the candor on that. You have a little over a minute if you'd like to provide a closing statement.
It's a privilege to be here and just to participate in the process. And I appreciate that given I have no architecture background, it's still giving me opportunity to put my candidacy forward.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, that does it for the Architectural Review Board. Let's move on to Utilities Advisory Commission. Our first applicant, Richard Craig. Welcome, Mr. Craig. You have 10 minutes. You can provide an opening statement. We'll do Q&A, and if time permits, you can provide a closing statement. Good luck.
Sounds good. Let's see. I'm a 35-year resident of Palo Alto. Started in Midtown. Oh, can you hear me? Is that better? Lived in Midtown for 10 years and moved to Barron Park 25 years ago. Raised a family here. Semi-retired. I'm on 3 boards now, but don't really work very hard. Let's see. I have a pretty deep technical background, a PhD in electrical engineering, and was a research scientist for 5 years, 5 years as a product engineering manager. Recently, a chief scientist at a big fiber optic company. So I bring a technology background, also a pretty deep business background. CEO of 4 venture-funded startups, 2 of which worried about energy issues on efficiency. So I'm bringing this background of business and technology, but I really don't know much about the nuts and bolts of utilities. I'm not advocating anything in particular. So I'm not an advocate for more solar or less solar, but I'm pretty comfortable not being an expert and not being an advocate. On all the companies I was the CEO of, I was never the founder. The founders had the vision and they were pounding the door. We've got to do this. We've got to do this. But they had to hire a boss to say, how do we practically do this? What are all the constituents? What are all the pressures we feel? And that's what I've managed for 25 years before I retired. So I like to bring that experience to the board of listening and making cool, rational decisions with a lot of advocates on how much electricity, what to do with gas, what to do with a lot of the issues in utilities. That's about it for an opening statement. Happy to listen to questions or expand on either technology or business background. Are there any questions?
Councilman Lithcott-Haim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Craig, for applying. We appreciate you.
Sure.
I was intrigued, well, I share your interest in the imperative to phase out natural gas and move to all electric. And you stated that it's both quite important and tricky to fairly execute. And I wonder if you say you want to know more, and I want to know more too, and you're applying to be on the UAC. So tell me your thoughts about managing this tricky transition.
First thought, just like when I managed, is to start by listening. I'm not an expert on it. I do know if we go too fast, we have to worry about, is the grid prepared? How are we getting that electricity? Are we just getting it out of coal plants? So timing of any wave of technology is critical, and you have to listen to a lot of conflicting issues and make good recommendations back. So other than learning a lot more to make a good recommendation, I'd have no recommendation now other than bringing, as I say, understanding technology when someone's stretching too far on alternative energy, but really having a passion that we get there somehow. I don't think that's different than when you're launching a technology startup. You have this vision of going really far, but you do have to go step by step and modulate how quickly you can introduce the new technologies.
Thank you.
Councilman Coop.
Hello, Mr. Craig. Welcome, and thank you for applying.
Sure.
I read in the application, you mentioned that we face difficult and interesting interesting problems. Will you share a few of those with me? And then you also mentioned that you'd view this as an opportunity to contribute a solution. If you could share some of that, and then.
I'll give it a try. As I said, I think what I share would have the opportunity to provide is a critical feedback and learning. I'm not an expert in utilities. Everyone sees how many EVs we have now, the move to making kitchens all electric. And my questions I would have with what makes it difficult is, what is the consumer going to face on cost? Do the houses have to be rewired? Does the city need to buy so much electricity that we're moving into highly polluting electricity? All those issues push back on how quickly we can make these transitions. And that's what makes these issues difficult. I don't know that I have a whole lot more to comment until I learn more. I will comment a little bit on giving back at this point in my life. I've made all the money I need. I've worked hard enough. And so I look for ways, of which this is one, to say, how can I contribute back? I started by part-time teaching 15 years ago. For 15 years now, I teach physics at San Jose State or Santa Clara and give all my salary back as a scholarship. I'm at a point in my life that I'm looking for interesting things to do to give back to the community, of which this looked interesting. I have two colleagues that were peers in tech that have served, one on this commission, one on another commission, that said, hey, these are interesting things to do. So I threw in an application.
Well, thank you.
Steve Eglash or John Melton, I don't know if they're older time, but they were both peers in my first startup. It went from $1 million to $1 billion in revenue over a decade. And so it was fun to see all that that's the Palo Alto story, isn't it? You just ride that wave and do the best you can.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
I was going to ask if you had a chance, your last answer sort of segued into my question, but have you had a chance to go to or watch current UAC members? I'd be interested in what you think about the process of debate, even if you like the quality of the commissioners, just, kind of your overall impressions.
So I have not attended a meeting. I have read some minutes and I looked at the profiles of all the current members. First, was way encouraged by reading minutes and reading a couple of position papers, pretty thoughtful. And the output, I was impressed by that it was thoughtful work going on here. What intimidated me about the other members was they always led with how many solar panels they had on their roof or how many EVs they had. And, I'm not an early adopter. I'm the guy that comes along and really pragmatic and slow on these.
You can backfill for those. That's okay.
Yeah. So I don't have exact feedback on the process at this point. Have not been to a meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Great. Would you like to give a closing statement?
Yeah, as I said, I'm looking for a variety of ways to give back. Done it some with money. The children's library got remodeled 20 years ago with some of my money, and Mitchell Park, and any other way to help the city. That's what I have time to do at this point. So if it's not this, maybe something else. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Move on then to our next applicant, Ambika Pajori on Zoom.
She is online.
Wonderful.
Sorry, are you able to hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. If you want to give an opening statement, we'll do Q&A, and then if there's time, you can provide a closing statement as well.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, council persons, for taking the time and giving me this opportunity. A little bit about myself. First, actually, even before there, I listened to a few of the recent applicants giving their talk, and just a very impressive set of people that are looking to give back. And I feel honored to just be talking about myself here, given the caliber of the people that are looking to contribute. Just proud to be a Palo Alton. So I've been in Palo Alto for over 15 years now. Sent my kids to school here, one of them still at school, and have enjoyed my time here and the community here. Been on the professional front, I've been a product management leader at Amazon most recently, and I've just left my job there after almost 9 years of experience there, building products that range from things like Alexa and Echo devices to building teams and products that use augmented reality. For example, to do virtual try-on your Amazon.com before you buy your next lipstick or your shoes. So those are the types of products I've done. But prior to that, I've also worked at a company called Silver Spring Networks, or Itron, which was a pioneer to enable smart meter networks and demand forecasting. And I worked with teams at utilities such as PG&E and SMUD, where I've learned a lot about the process to be able to roll out these kind of meters, but also the complexity in this highly regulated industry. I had a few different products under my portfolio. This was way back in 2010, 2011, 2012 timeframe. And given how expensive it was, I also appreciate how Palo Alto had decided to stop rollout in 2012 and is now finally rolling out the meter networks that includes actually now, I think even the water and gas meters are going to be using the AMI network. So I'm looking forward to that, because what this is going to give us is the ability to optimize energy production, because we'll understand the demand forecasting, and customers will be able to appreciate how their utility usage is and modulate it. And I think this eventually gives us the ability to build sustainable energy consumption practices. I'm also excited that this will allow us to evaluate rolling out what we thought was the holy grail, the time of use metering to promote better usage of energy. Again, this is coming from a sustainability practice and perspective. And again, just going back to what I could bring to the table in addition to this background, which is somewhat brief in the utility space, but also as a leader in the product management and product organizations, where I've led teams to define, early concepts and bring those visions to life through prioritization, thinking through the problems, understanding what the customer perspective, the impact benefits that something has, and then rolling it out in a successful manner. And I've managed to do this multiple times. And I'm hoping that now that I'm on a sabbatical, this is a great way for me to give back to my community. And that's why I'm here.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Vink.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Pajuri. Is that how do I pronounce your name?
You did pronounce it just fine. Thank you.
Oh, okay, good. But thank you for applying and explaining your background, including with AMI. And I also appreciate you mentioning the range of utilities we have, where it's not just electric, it's not just water, it's quite a range that we have here at the city. So I appreciate that. You mentioned, it sounds like you're tracking a bit what we're doing with the city and trying to do and integrate and upgrade the metering, whether it's time of use, et cetera, with our various utilities. Can you described how when you were working with smart meters, I think it was 9-10 years ago, have you kind of kept up on the technology? Has it met your expectations? Are we in for some good news as we adopt them? Or what is your current thinking about the state of the market and how it could be used at the city?
So I think I was convinced of the future at that time when I joined this pioneering company called Silver Spring Networks and what it could do. I think the costs were what was very high at the time. Already just the ability to do better demand forecasting is going to really improve the possibilities with sustenance. Again, I haven't looked at the specific provider of these AMI networks, but I can tell you that even way back in 2011, when I was at the Silver Spring Networks, the technology was ready for the market. So from a technological perspective, I'm pretty confident that we are doing very well. It was, we were already using like IPv6 with its security and privacy elements, as well as, we were that the company was using Wi-Fi mesh technologies. If anything, that has only improved further. Given the additional advances that have happened in overall cellular and wireless mesh technologies that I have been following through my time at Amazon, I can only say that that has also continued to improve. So I think we are going to, as consumers, going to see a lot of benefits. We are going to be able to charge our electric vehicles that are exploding in Palo Alto at the right time instead of everybody charging it, at the same time, because we'll be incentivized to charge at different times, especially if you're working from home. So with all of these, I think the answer is yes, there will be good benefits for us. And I'm especially, the holy grail, as I said, was the time of usage and metering based on that. That will give us additional levers to be able to incentivize people to charge at the right time, whether it's your EV or, and then the other piece that has happened is the ability to schedule even something like when do you want to cook, when do you want to wash your clothes. So all of these coming together in the last 10 to 15 years is going to only make this move forward in a much smoother and seamless manner.
Yes, and as an electrical engineer, I'm sure you can appreciate also that integrating some of this with an older grid will pose other challenges if we want to do two-way charging and such. If there's others, I can stop. Nobody, okay. Then is that something also that you've can appreciate or have thoughts on, is how to integrate these, in perhaps with infrastructure that wasn't thinking about charging going back to the grid?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't specifically thought about this or looked into the technologies that are available, but the things that come to mind are, we have the wall chargers that are available from the Tesla and a few other companies. So that gives us an ability, if we need to not integrate it yet to the existing network or overload the existing network, then it gives us the ability to have these wall chargers and use those. Now, if we can incentivize our residential customers to incorporate some of these, I think that would be great. And I'm also looking forward to seeing more solar panels. Again, through incentives, if we are able to promote more of that, I think we will get the ability to have more development projects.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We got 30 seconds left if you'd like to give a brief closing statement.
Sure. If there are no other questions, then I think one of my hopes is to learn from this commission. And I have a technical background and some experience working with the utilities in the past, but what I'm hoping is to also learn from here and understand what it would take to really perhaps grow our solar presence even more. And going back to the questions that I was just asked, what it takes to get energy that we produce back onto the grid or make homes at least self-sustained, including, doing things like where if there are new apartment complexes and housing projects that are going to happen. I think I heard that a lot of that is going to happen over the next several years. If there's a way for us to incentivize those projects to also be fully solar and fully self-sustained, if that's possible, even if we can't give back to the grid.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So
Great. Thank you. We appreciate your application and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, moving on now to our next applicant for the Utilities Advisory Commission, Sean Holman. All right, welcome, Mr. Holman. You have 10 minutes. You can provide an opening statement. We'll do Q&A, and if there's time, you can give a closing statement.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I have lived in Palo Alto now, it's hard to believe, but 9 years. Came out here and crashed in my cousin's ADU, and then we became renters and then had children, and now I have children in school here. And so, what I think maybe the main reason I'm here is I'm proud to be a Palo Alton, and looking, now that I've kind of exited the most intense for me so far part of parenthood, I now have time to really think about how to give back to the community. And so looking at my experience, my passion, and what I've done, this role really excited me. And so that background is, I guess, originally in computer science. I came out of school and did software engineering, built a lot of different types of applications and all over the place. And then eventually found my passion in startups and ultimately in one called O-Power, which worked with the city of Palo Alto as one of our customers. And what I learned in that startup, because it was focused on energy, is one, I care deeply about energy and always have, and there is a way for me to use my skills to actually address some of the challenges of energy. But most of those challenges are not really technical, although you're going to have lots of technical applicants here, I can tell, very technically strong, including myself. It's about the people and how, considering their needs, understanding the challenges that they actually have on a day-to-day, and in working at Opera, I learned a lot about that and worked with large IOUs, with munis. And in particular, I think what excites me is that Palo Alto is that community of really smart people trying to solve hard problems and at the forefront of some of the real challenges, both hard and foundation in the kind of capacity of the grid, but also in the adoption and the people that need to benefit.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'm interested in how your professional background with O-Power and your current company would inform your strategic thinking on where we should be headed in our utility transformation. And connected with that, I don't know how much you've been following what we're currently doing, what we're anticipating, but to the extent you can provide context on that.
Yeah, I would say I've been learning a lot more recently, especially of the kind of the distribution grid challenges, particularly, and then the kind of investments that are going to be needed to be made over the next 5 to 10 years. And I guess my background, again, I would start with, I think it's so important to engage the community around this. And it's also really hard to do that because most people don't have time to think about their electricity and gas and what, let alone go understand why transformers need to get upgraded. So what I would bring is, I think, a sensitivity to how to think about and engage the community, which is something my wife is very active in as a social worker and organizer. So I have that kind of in my ear, and so I think that's where I would try to engage on that. And then also I bring a technical expertise of like understanding how to evaluate creative solutions, think about which technologies are actually going to serve real needs, and I think I could be very helpful in evaluating those based on my current and past utility experience.
Councilman Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Holman, thank you very much for applying. Appreciate it. Perhaps building off of the answer you just gave to Councilmember Burt, I'm interested in your statement of being interested in our electric grid modernization plan and wanting to ensure that we have an equitable future grid. I'm wondering if you could tell us what you mean by that.
Yeah, so on that one, I'm glad you asked. The other work that I did that I didn't mention is not directly in the utility, but I worked with the city of Los Angeles. And one of my main takeaways from that is the infrastructure, how much of an impact infrastructure has on equity. And so right now, everyone's talking about the technical problems, but every decision you make that is going to be in place for, 20, 30, 40, 50 years has long-lasting impacts. And so LA, the highways, still today define the city. And as we build the grid and determine how we upgrade it and how we provide access to it, how it allows people to get around, the transportation becomes reliant on it. We're really making decisions about who has what access. And so that's the equity part. And I think it's a hard problem. But it's one that I'd like to help consider.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, Mr. Holman, thank you very much for applying. And I've listened with interest to these questions and read about your passion for making sure our energy sources are robust and equitable. I want to ask you though about if you have thoughts on any of the other utilities, because we have stormwater, water, others beyond energy, beyond electricity and gas. And do you have thoughts on those?
Well, I guess I have thoughts on them certainly as a Palo Alto citizen and user of them, and the fact that my drain doesn't always empty and simple problems like that. But I think in those areas, I fully recognize I bring in a background in electric and gas, and to some extent we worked on water. But yeah, there's a lot for me that I won't know. And I think I'm interested to learn. And part of what's made me good software engineer and then product manager, I didn't mention, is kind of my curiosity and desire to kind of see things from all sides. So I would approach it like that with a curious mind.
Thank you.
I'll just ask a follow-up question on that. I like your interest in learning and a clear kind of growth mindset there. If you were appointed, how do you intend to kind of go about and trying to fill those gaps in knowledge before being seated on the board?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I've already started, I guess, by listening to, I appreciate that we have the public access to, past meetings and materials. And so I've spent, particularly on my interest area of the electric grid time looking at some of that. But I've also noticed, there's lots of things that is a huge resource to learn and to kind of understand where the real problems are here, again, from people, directly on what the challenges are. So I think that'd be where I'd go first. But I'd also look to I think my fellow utility commission members to recommendations and where they would suggest, the ones who are more expert on other things.
Okay, great. The remaining time, if you'd like to provide a closing statement, you don't have to though.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I'm very passionate about energy in general. I'm very proud of Palo Alto for being progressive in trying to do some of the hard things and leading, as a community. So I think it's great, good work, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your application. Good luck. All right, our next applicant, I believe, is on Zoom. Abraham.
Abraham is online.
Wonderful.
Hello.
All right, welcome. You have 10 minutes if you'd like to provide an opening statement. We'll then do some Q&A, and if there's time, you can provide a closing statement if you'd like. So you may go ahead.
Sure. I'm Abraham. I've lived in Palo Alto for about 7 years now. I share a similar background to I think everyone you've talked to for the Utilities Commission. I work in the tech industry. Specifically, I work in the applied science and the director of applied science at eBay, specifically in artificial intelligence and search and advertising. I have a PhD in computer science. I have 2 kids here in Palo Alto schools at Palo Verde, and I am president of the PTA at Palo Verde as well. So a full-time working person and father. I don't know how much time I'll actually be able to dedicate to the Utilities Commission. So I don't know how long the meetings run, but I'm willing to to show up and participate as much as I can. I haven't really watched any of these meetings. I did read through some of the packets, but they're like 140 pages. So I haven't necessarily gotten through all of them yet. I haven't really worked with utilities or city government in any way. I have a general interest in utility systems, electrical, non-electrical. Recently remodeled our house here in Palo Alto. It's an iCare house. And so I got to experience firsthand a lot of the challenges in utilities, such as electrical capacity, plumbing, sewers. They all came up during my remodel. So I got a lot of interest in that. We were thinking about putting in solar, but then the net metering rule changes came up and it didn't seem like a good idea at the time. And then, yeah, that's mainly my background. Answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Councilman Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Bagajirian. We appreciate that you applied. From your application, it sounds like your personal experience with a very frustrating gas bill last January has really animated your interest in applying. I remember sitting on the finance committee when those results were coming in, seeing seeing the high costs that many people were facing, and your statement here that you had a $4,000 gas bill definitely puts you at the very high end for January. And I can appreciate how frustrating that must have been and scary. You've indicated you're interested in lowering costs while improving the quality of service. So tell us how you think we ought to be going about doing that and how you would try to work on that as a member of the UAC.
Sure. I don't have a specific plan, but it's more of a general intent. I think one of the things that I noticed in the calculation of these bills is that about the metering, it looked like if the meter doesn't get read regularly, kind of gets read all at once, and then it's applied at the current monthly rate rather than say prorated backwards in time. I think that could be a direct thing to look into. It would certainly have helped my case in January. I think that is one thing. In terms of the quality of service, one thing I've noticed is that like the electrical lines, there's one in my property over here, and there are a lot of trees, and sometimes when there's a storm, the power goes out or there's a brownout. So I think that I would look into thinking about, well, are there other ways that we could put in? I know there's been a push towards underground power line and distribution. So I don't know how feasible that is, but I'd certainly start looking into that and continuing that effort. In terms of the sewers, I don't know about Palo Alto specifically, but when I was in Sunnyvale, there are a lot of problems with like main lines to houses and the city lines and the intersections between those things having a lot of problems. So I'd kind of like to get some data about how the quality of the service is going and seeing what all there is to do, and then making it very obvious to the customers of the utilities that we are making these progresses. I was very interested in the earlier interview about these smart meters. I had one at a beta test when I lived in Sunnyvale, and it was interesting data. I didn't get much personal use out of it, but I liked to look at it from time to time. But maybe a lot more could be done, especially if we could partner with homeowners who have their own versions of this, and these things could work together to monitor a bit inside homes relative to other services that are safe for this purpose. So that's the general direction.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Abraham, thank you for applying. Really appreciate your service for the schools and your interest in serving the city. I noticed that you're really into AI at work, and I also do some AI for my profession as well. And I was just curious, from your perspective, what do you think are some opportunities that AI can be used to make our utilities better here in Palo Alto?
Well, certainly from the data perspective, we probably are collecting a lot of data with meters and perhaps on flow usages. We could use, I don't know what is already existing, right? But if you were to collect a lot of data, I think we could build interesting types of models on finding opportunities to say, well, there's ways we could reduce costs, or we could change ratings or how much we charge for different kinds of usage, and maybe even proactively controlling costs a little bit more, or allowing different types of metering situations that happen, especially with the electrical ones. And on the water side, we might be able to get a little bit ahead of weather conditions, especially if we could pull data in from other sources. And then with sort of in the billing side, as I mentioned, some basic stuff on calculating the bills a little bit better. A lot could be done, I think, to give sort of predictions to the customers, say, hey, we think you're doing this or that. And as I mentioned before, there are a lot of companies and services that offer data up to consumers. Maybe there's a way we could interoperate with that. And that would be really interesting to really kind of show people where your energy sinks are, or your water wastage is using. There are so many meters that people buy themselves that probably are not connected to the utility in any way. And once we could get that data, I think there'd be a lot of opportunities for AI. I don't know how the customer service is working, but maybe there are some opportunities there as well.
Great. Okay, and would you like to provide any closing statement? You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so this would be my first position with allotted or any position in the government. I'm looking forward to learning more about how this works and trying to help make good decisions. As I mentioned in my application, I am keenly interested in lowering costs, especially mine and also for the rest of the customers of the utilities. I don't have any particularly strong opinions about what type of, say, electrical systems we use. I think whatever, we'll try to find decisions that make sense. Yeah, so that's about it, really.
Wonderful. Thank you for your interest and application, and good luck. All right, and on to our final applicant, Utsav Gupta. All right, welcome. You have 10 minutes. Provide an opening statement. We'll do Q&A.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. My name is Utsav Gupta. My wife and I have lived in Palo Alto since 2018. She actually, sitting over there, interned at the city before we lived here in the communications department and absolutely fell in love with the city. We've truly enjoyed it here. I felt like this was an excellent opportunity for me to start to give back where I could. I graduated from UC San Diego with degrees in bioengineering with a focus in biotechnology and in political science. At UC San Diego, I was also deeply involved in student government. I was Associated Students President there for a year. And then I went on to Georgetown Law. After graduating with my JD, I became a patent litigator here in Silicon Valley, litigating patents for companies in a variety of industries, from internet service providers to biotechnology, to hardware, to smartphones. I'm deeply passionate about the city's focus in fiber to the premises. I think that's a very exciting move the city has made recently. I think the phasing approach for building out fiber to our community is an excellent one. The reasons I believe in fiber include equity. I think internet is the utility of today. And with legacy providers, we actually have equity issues in terms of cost, bandwidth, and quality of connection. For example, many legacy utilities don't provide very fast connections, particularly upload speeds, for very good cost. When you start adding in things like unlimited bandwidth with legacy providers, the cost can soar upwards of $150 a month. I think Palo Alto Fiber has an opportunity to provide excellent quality of service, excellent bandwidth, at a great cost to the community, and really open up opportunities for many people. And I think we're going to see that more and more as technology progresses here. The AI, spatial computing, I think all of these services are going to require a high-speed internet utility, and I'm very excited about that. I'm also passionate about water quality. I think it's an exciting and dynamic time in that area. You see even companies focus on water quality. For example, Samsung and CES advertising washing machines with filters for capturing microplastics from our clothing before they enter the water supply. You see a lot of active research in this area, including in sewage. For example, the recent study that found that there are perfluorinated substances entering our sewage through toilet paper. So these are areas that I'm passionate about, and I'd love to work with the Utility Advisory Commission to see what we can do as a community to help improve our environment and improve our water supply. And thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Tell me about your investigation. The you investigate running your own fiber installation.
Oh,
too.
sure.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was a
I'd
very
love to
active
hear about that.
investigation. I even looked at connecting a microwave dish. So I live down the street at the Woodmark complex, condo complex on Bryant and Channing. And we even went to the roof to see if we had line of sight with, I think it was 2000 California or 3000 California where the Cine Arts is. It's a tall building in Palo Alto. But we actually looked at whether we could do a line of sight microwave dish to enable 10 gigabit connection to that building. Looked at other providers who might tie into Palo Alto's dark fiber to see if we could bring fiber to that building. All of that was very cost prohibitive. With the microwave dish, we didn't have line of sight with that building. But recently, AT&T Business has offered fiber. So I'll be installing that on Friday, and hopefully we'll have an update on how that goes. But again, that level of fiber service is extraordinarily expensive. And I think out of means of many people in Palo Alto, and I do think that quality of service should be equitable.
So only line of sight worked, but at high cost. The one of no line of sight did not.
Right, yeah, when you have a microwave dish connection, you do need line of sight between the two dishes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes, thanks. You touched on it a little bit, but in terms of the water, we're pretty proud of our water in Palo Alto.
It's excellent water.
We brag about it. We talk about it when people come to visit, have some of our water. So what's wrong with it? What else do we have to do? Give us a little bit more detail about some of these microplastics and what we can do to improve.
Sure. So I don't know if you're familiar with the Environmental Working Group, but they actually have a database of water quality and contaminants that exist in water supply, including in Palo Alto. And caveat that I don't know where they get their data from, and I don't know how they analyze their data, but according to their data from 2021, I'll just give you one example, or maybe two examples. There's a contaminant in our water supply called haloacetic acid, which has no legal limit for how much this acid can be in our drinking water, but it is 529 times the amount that the Environmental Working Group would recommend in our water supply. And there's at least 8 of these contaminants that they've identified. Again, I don't know what data source they used, but I would like to, if the opportunity is there, I would love to work with our utility to see whether there's any basis in this. I think it's worth additional investigation.
And what's the science that would be applied to that?
I think the science, and that's a great question. I think with respect to the health effects of these contaminants, we should look at research studies from academic institutions. I believe that's what Environmental Working Group does. For example, they claim that haloacetic acids have a potential effect of cancer. But I think one thing that we should do in our water supply is actually, if we aren't already, testing for additional contaminants based on recent research, even if there are no regulations or legal limits on those contaminants. But we do have excellent water here in Palo Alto. It's one of the best in the country, if not the best.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna have a little bit more water now.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I'm intrigued by your strong interest in fiber and water quality. As you may know, those are issues of the UAC, but there's a great deal of focus on our whole energy transformation. And you hadn't mentioned anything about kind of your interest in that or knowledge of that. Can you give us any insight on that?
Oh, sure. So I am very interested in sustainability. At UC San Diego, I helped lead the creation of a sustainability resource center, which was a student-led group to investigate ways we could improve sustainability practices by the student body. And very quickly, I'll give you an example. UC San Diego has a very advanced electric grid, even a decade ago, monitoring per building energy usage. I was very interested in how can we improve community practices with respect to energy usage, things like hot water, shower time, and exploring different avenues on that. So I think approaches with the smart grid that's coming online, I think that's very, very smart. And there are areas that I don't know, but as a patent litigator, that was my industry. I'd have to learn about all sorts of industries and become an expert in technologies that I had no background in. And then that's something that I'll apply as a commissioner.
Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you for being willing to step up. So I love your background and your work in trying to get high-speed internet, because I think that is actually the modern utility. What's your thoughts about, because when we talked about fiber to the premise way back when, almost you couldn't get gigabit anywhere. It was really, really difficult. And today, like at my house, you could get it from 2 providers, right? And now with people like T-Mobile and cellular, you get there's more options available. So what's your thoughts about where Palo Alto is right now, where it's I guess I'd love to get your perception on can we be cost competitive, can we provide the kind of customer service that people expect, the kind of uptime, just our competitiveness versus the private industry, which pretty much are all at our doorsteps right now.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you. I think it is a competitive space. I think it's getting more competitive. Comcast is enabling a next generation network where they'll have multi-gigabit symmetrical connections over coaxial. You see 5G ultra wideband service coming online, which will also offer multi-gigabit service. I think the FCC's kind of nutrition labels are going to be very helpful when we advertise Palo Alto's service to customers. And if you're not aware, these nutrition labels require identifying cost, fees, and upload and download speeds and latency in a very clear way for customers to understand. And I think that's one advantage that fiber has over any other service is the quality of the connection, the latency. And I do think that's something we can advertise strongly, along with things like reliability and cost. So I do think Palo Alto municipal fiber would have a competitive edge in those respects.
Okay, excellent timing. Thank you for your application. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we've reached our break. We'll come back at 7:35 for the Human Relations Commission applicants. Human Relations Commission. First applicant is Mark Shonen on Zoom.
Hi, Mark, if you're there, can you unmute yourself and turn your camera?
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Hi, yeah, you have, thank you for applying. You have 10 minutes if you want to give an opening statement. We'll do some Q&A. And then if there's time, you can provide a closing statement.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Stone. Thank you, everyone, for having me today. I'm really delighted to join you by Zoom. I do apologize I'm unable to attend in person. I travel maybe once or twice per quarter with my company, and I just happened to be out of town this week, so I wasn't able to come live. My family moved to Palo Alto about 13 years ago. When we moved from the East Coast, it was a very explicit choice for us. We chose Palo Alto as the place we wanted to be because of the great community, because of the excellent schools, and frankly, the amazing outdoor spaces. It just seemed like a very idyllic space for us. And I would say that decision 13 years ago, it has exceeded all of our expectations. I think we recognize how lucky we are, and in that time, we have really tried to be very involved in the community, whether it's things like Palo Alto Partners in Education. We're very involved in our community pool over at Green Meadow, Ada's Cafe, Children's Theater. Took our younger daughter to see the opening night of Music Man at PA Players this past Saturday. Excellent show. I highly recommend it if you haven't gotten there yet. We are involved in our local church. All three kids have gone through Palo Alto's excellent public schooling system. Our youngest is graduating from Fairmeadow in a couple of weeks. Our middle is graduating from Gunn High School also in a couple of weeks. So it's an exciting time for us as a family. So I think we've really tried to be involved in the local community in a number of different ways. I would say professionally, as part of my day job, I've been working in human relations and for the past 15 years for about 3 or 4 different companies. I think I work primarily in the rewards space. I think I've really tried to focus on some key principles, on transparency, on fairness, on equitability, on inclusion. I've led some important change management initiatives at a number of the companies I've worked with, from everything with working with union leadership to I worked at Impossible Foods for about 2 years, and we instituted thriving wages there, where one of our key principles was we thought having living wages for our workers was not a high enough bar for how we should reward our factory employees. We wanted them to not only live, we wanted them to thrive. So we came up with a strategy there on how we would do that. And I think part of my ethos through all of this is to have accountability, to have metrics, to have goals, to have kind of time-bound principles that we worked on. So I think professionally, human relations, it is my bailiwick. I love doing it. I think personally, we are very involved in the community, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you. I'll turn to council for questions. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mark, for applying. I love the story about moving to Palo Alto, and I like hearing about thriving wages. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask you a question because we are obviously in a trying time right now where our community, like the rest of the country, is feeling the profound effects of the conflicts in the Middle East, including the war in Gaza. So how might your professional or personal background or activities in our community or other attributes you think are relevant give us confidence that you could help Palo Altans get through this challenging time with as great a sense of safety and belonging as possible?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I do think the safety and belonging, it really kind of underscores what is critically important here. I think this is a complex issue, and I don't think that there is kind of a magic bullet. Here's one answer that's going to work for everyone. And I think the way I sort of internalize and think about this is that it's really hard to delineate what is the difference between a protest versus anti-Semitism, right? And anti-Semitism is absolutely abhorrent and not allowed, but also at the same time, I think the right to free speech and protesting needs to be protected. And I think there's not a black and white line, which is exactly why the council, the city leadership, this commission, I think has an opportunity to listen, to understand what opportunities there are, what issues people are having. And I think more than anything else, I think really the mission statement of the commission itself really underscores how we should think about this. If people are able to approach these issues with civility, with respect, with responsible actions, I think then we're in an okay space. But it's really when you cross the line that your actions become irresponsible, that you really need to think about maybe different approaches or how to intercede.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much. I want to ask you a question from a different perspective. You have a lot of interests. You seem like a versatile athlete who could serve in a lot of different commissions. You mentioned teen programs and outdoor spaces. That sounds like the Parks Commission, Parks and Recs Commission. And you mentioned affordable housing, and that could be the Planning Commission. So why this commission, and why now in your career and in your family life?
Great question. So I think like we've heard from some of the other applicants for other commissions, I'm not always an early adopter to things, and I really do feel it is my duty and responsibility to serve, and I think I do that, in various ways through the community. I think the HR Commission is the one that is most aligned to where I have developed a lot of my day-to-day expertise. I think over time, if I were lucky enough to be in this commission, maybe I might branch out and find other ones kind of down the road that I could also contribute to.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you so much for applying. I wanted to ask, in your answer, in one of your responses, to hear the experiences of Palo Alto, you're very interested in promoting inclusion in a community that's free from hateful rhetoric and actions. Now, I think that, following Councilmember Vinker's question, in these kind of times, I think one of my biggest concerns is the children. They take away a lot of things from adults. So how would you interact, or how would you encourage or promote to keep these kind of hateful messages or messages that is divisive from children? And especially also, our mayor has a task force, for mental health, for youth mental health and so forth. So would you be able to elaborate a little bit about how to keep children from feeling the stress of all of this messaging?
It's a really great question and a very difficult topic. I think we have opportunities here to maybe go to some of the children. When I say children, I'm thinking mainly of teenagers, and maybe asking them of best ways to engage, because I know that Palo Alto, I know Don Austin, PAEOC has done so much over the past couple of years with the pandemic to really bring outreach initiatives in place, and yet we still see struggle, we still see loneliness, we still see this unresolved question about issues in social media. And I think maybe there is a way that we can involve some of the recipients of these messages to help understand how we can better tailor messages or communications or strategies that will resonate with them, because I think death by suicide, which is something the community has struggled with, it continues to be an issue, and we need to always evaluate how can we find better ways to outreach and make sure that we are limiting the hateful rhetoric.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And looks like we are out of time. So thank you for your application and interest, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, our next applicant is Uzma Minhas. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. If you'd like to give an opening statement, we'll do Q&A, and if time permits, closing statement.
All right. Good evening, Council. I'm very excited and honored to be here interviewing with you all today. My name is Uzma. As you know, I've been a Palo Alto resident for over 13 years now. We absolutely love calling this community our home. I've had 2 kids who have gone through the public school system here, and one is graduating from Pali in just a few weeks. So I professionally work at Google currently. I have over 16 years of experience in technology sector, specifically within policy. I've touched various areas of policy adherence, including hate speech, marijuana laws, and financial regulations throughout my 16+ year career. I additionally am very active in the community. I am an active junior league member of the Palo Alto and Mid-Peninsula Junior League, and I have a leadership position this year for chair of the Project STEAM program, which is a program that focuses on kids who are most at risk of falling behind in academics. And we bring in those kids to the Redwood City Library to give them literacy instruction as well as STEM programs. I'm also taking on an extra service role that I don't get paid for at work in the ERG, which is the Employee Resource Group space. I'm the current global lead for allyship and education for the Muslims at Employee Resource Group. And in that area, I reach out to other employee resource groups within Google, whether they're faith-based, culture-based, or any other affinity group. And we look for our shared values and how we can create programs and activations together based on those shared values. A few years back, I was part of the PAUSD Social Studies and History Textbook Committee for middle school. That provided me with an excellent lens on not only what textbooks to focus on for cultural sensitivity, given the diversity in our community, but also all students, one who might have special needs, for example, or ADHD kids. When you're looking at a textbook, how are you processing that information, whether you're neurodivergent or neurotypical? So that is a brief introduction of me. I feel like oftentimes in those spaces, I am the diverse voice. And there are not any other people that look like me. But I don't believe that I'm qualified to be on the Human Relations Commission for that reason solely. I believe that I'm qualified because of my experience in all these spaces, both professionally and serving my community.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Minhas, for applying. Appreciate it. I don't need to tell you that we're in a trying time, where our community, like the rest of the country, is feeling the profound effects of the conflict in the Middle East, including the war in Gaza. How might your professional or personal background or activities in the community or other attributes give us confidence that you would help Palo Altans get through this challenging time with as great a sense of safety and belonging as possible?
I'm so glad that you asked that question. It's an excellent question. No doubt the past 6+ months have been very painful and full of grief for many people in our community. I strongly believe that we have to focus on our shared values and how we can be allies to each other. And I think during these difficult times, they can be the most difficult of times, but they can also have pretty significant glimmers of hope. I'll give you just, one example. During school board meetings, myself and other Jewish parents were often walking across the aisle to talk to each other. I've had coffee with Lori Mayers, who is an active Palo Alto mom, as well as other people in the community. We recently had a Ramadan dinner where we invited our Jewish brothers and sisters from JCC, who have been some of our biggest allies during this time. We have so many things that bring us closer together that we can work on at the local level, that if you start looking at it from that point of view, I feel like the opportunities are really endless. Additionally, I feel like there's a lot of people that are feeling unsafe and threatened, and that is completely valid right now. I work in policy, so I am skilled at determining what is hate speech, what is discriminatory, and when that's black and white, like very, very clear, and then when it's kind of in the gray, right? Is a protest chant discrimination, or is it, just free speech? I think these are very difficult questions, but my background is answering these gray areas and how to answer them in a way that benefits all of us for the greater good, that preserves our rights to speak critically, our freedom of speech, and also protects and makes everyone in Palo Alto feel like they belong. No one should not feel safe walking down the street. There are oftentimes stories that I read about of college protests and protests around the Bay Area of people with a different perspective walking into that protest and being greeted with learning circles and reading sessions and hugs and diversity. And I think that's an incredible way to open up people's minds. So listening to people, reaching out with mutual respect, I think it all starts there.
Councilmember Coop.
Just to thank you for your answer, and thank you for your question. I'm going to ask the same one. I think at this point, our concern has to do a lot with the children. How do they not feel the fear? How do they not feel the hate? And I'm not just talking about young children, young ones, of course, but then also the teenagers, our youth. How do we not, as parents and adults, put our thoughts and beliefs or unknown biases upon them? How do we not do that to the youth is what I'd like to know how you would approach that.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I know it might seem hard to believe, but I do think we're already doing it. I think our teachers are doing a fantastic job. And I do believe that the majority of parents are doing a great job as well, modeling acceptance at home. I don't feel like I could happily live in Palo Alto if that weren't the case. We have a lot of heated emotions around here. We have to be careful as adults in what we convey to our children and how we present ourselves in the school setting as well as in public places like this. I think that the school settings are some of the greatest places to bring connection and unity. And PAUSC has actually done quite a good job of having celebrating diversity, celebrating different cultures with their various events that they have. This is a challenging time. I think we have to balance dialogue, respect with feelings of unsafety that come from uncomfortable conversations. I think that there are age-appropriate ways to bring up what is happening in the world in a way that fosters listening and mutual respect. And I think we can start doing that at a young age, depending on what the context is and what we're talking about. I've already stated that one great specific thing that I'm actually working on right now at work within the ERG space is allyship. We have many different ways to be allies to each other. Our cultures, whether our religious beliefs, the different cultures we come from actually overlap so much. Many of us believe in serving the poor and helping the unhoused. How do we work together with our core values and backgrounds and beliefs for something like that? Because I think that starts to knock down the walls when you can unite for a shared goal.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate your comments. I want to ask you more directly. I often will look at LinkedIn profiles of candidates to understand them better, and usually LinkedIn is not very political, but I was taken back by a couple of the repostings that you had there that alluded to divestment from Israel as divestment from whiteness and Zionism as being ethnic cleansing.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done? I'll go ahead and
Yeah,
answer.
I'll just say and these weren't down the chain. These were the actual repostings that you made.
I didn't know we were friends on LinkedIn. How did you see it?
Oh, LinkedIn's open.
Oh, okay.
That's not
interesting.
really
I
the
thought it was
question.
private. I'm so glad you brought that up. And it's a really great opportunity to have further education and dialogue about what these words mean to different people. My LinkedIn posts and my social media posts will always be based on human rights, and human rights cannot be selectively applied. Anti-Semitism is wrong, full stop. I would never engage in something like that via social media or anywhere else. If you want to have a conversation about political ideologies, I'm more than happy to do that, Councilmember Burt. I think this is a great opportunity to open up education, and I've already spoken about how some of the protests across the country are having learning circles and reading circles about this very specific thing. One thing I want to leave you with, if I may, is the U.S. Memorial Holocaust Museum expert scholar Omer Bartov recently had a specific learning circle about these very topics. He's on the U.S. Memorial Holocaust Museum. He is an amazing person. He's Israeli, he's Jewish. He specifically stated that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. So let's have a dialogue. Let's talk to each other. I am always a resource for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next applicant, Don Barr. Ms. Barr, you have 10 minutes, opening statement, and then Q&A.
Good evening. So when I was first interested in this, I looked at the kind of statement of purpose for the Human Relations Commission on the city's website. And I was taken with the mission statement, which is to promote the just and fair treatment of all people in Palo Alto, particularly our most vulnerable populations. And then above that, it talks about housing as one area, and then just the overtypes, the social inequality from the various different forms of inequality. I've been working in this area for more than 20 years. I just retired from Stanford a year and a half ago, and I taught a class on social inequality and health. And if anybody wants to read my textbook, Health Disparities in the United States, Social Class, Race, Ethnicity, and the Social Determinants of Health, third edition, is used at about 30 colleges throughout the country. But that doesn't make me good for the Human Relations Commission. Anybody know who Kathy Espinoza Howard was? Who was she, Pat?
She's our human relations manager.
Right. So she was the Minka of 1998, 1999. And we had the El Nino floods that year. And the Red Cross building was flooded behind MacArthur Park. And that's where the homeless services, the urban ministry, Kathy Espinoza Howard called me in and said, Don, I know you've been working in this area. Can you try and negotiate a peace between the Red Cross and the urban ministry to find a place to provide services to the homeless? 6 years later, the Opportunity Center for the Homeless opened up. I founded the nonprofit that built that. There's also a Peninsula Healthcare Connection, a medical clinic, which is federally certified, that I helped to found. I'm on the board of directors. But my main thing now is as I have moved into my senior years, I'm on the board of Avenidas. And Avenidas, are we familiar with the survey, the Polco survey, the community assessment survey of older adults that Avenidas did? They contracted for that for a sampling of seniors throughout the Mid-Peninsula. And guess what? The number one issue for seniors in the Mid-Peninsula is housing, affordable housing. As 44% said that's their biggest concern for seniors earning less than $70,000, 67%. And so housing for the unhoused is important. Housing for low-income families, 801 Alma, what used to be Ole's Car Shop, I helped to get that built also. And so I do have a really focus on housing for low-income seniors. And I think that The whole issue, though, is not just seniors, but the whole issue of other social factors that affect health and well-being, whether it be social class, race, ethnicity, and other social determinants of health. I think that the Human Relations Commission needs to focus on those as well, but I think that we really need to learn more about what the seniors and the low-income seniors and the difficulty, because your Social Security goes up 3% and your rent goes up 10%, and you got trouble.
Thank you. I think I'm going to kind of continue with a line of questioning that Councilmember Vinker and Lithcott-Hames have asked. I think it's a great question just regarding the effects of the conflicts in the Middle East, including the war in Gaza, on how it's affecting Palo Altans. And curious how your professional or personal background or activities in the community going to help give us confidence that you would be able to help Palo Altans get through this challenging time with a sense of safety and belonging, which of course is one of our council priorities for this year.
I grew up in Berkeley and I lived through this. Anybody know what happened in the fall of 1964 at UC Berkeley? Pat, what was it? The free speech movement. And it's when the students took over the administration building and demanded, they weren't talking about international relations, they were talking about free speech. And I was very supportive of the idea of having free speech, not necessarily taking over the administration building. And then when I was in medical school, People's Park, remember that? In Berkeley, there was a fence around People's Park where they were going to house the homeless, and there was what's called the Tear Down the Fence March, and I led the medic team from the UC San Francisco Medical School in case there were injuries. There weren't any injuries. And then, so the idea of listening and understanding is key, to let people speak, while also saying there are certain types of things going on for certain vulnerable populations that shouldn't be happening. And I think that those are the key points. That fact is getting into what many people then push over the edge. My wife is Jewish, and we've talked about this extensively. In fact, she's having a seminar tonight with a former leader of a Palestinian leader and a former Israeli cabinet member tonight at campus. So the idea is that it is possible to have respectful discussions. When people cross a certain line, then that causes a problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Well, thanks, Dawn. And I want to thank you for your many years in pursuit of affordable housing and the unhoused. You were a leader in Buena Vista preservation and not only the Opportunity Center, but Alma Place and other affordable housing projects. We get a lot of people who really believe in this, but you've had this commitment and ability to really bring people together and talk about values, and through that, move them in a common direction. And so what do you see as what the HRC can do most meaningfully going forward in today's environment?
I think that by understanding what are our most vulnerable populations to the things about housing, health, access to education for their children, and what are the most important kind of social issues, and then for us to learn who are the most vulnerable populations within our city, and then what can we do, with whatever resources we have, or can we gather more data so we can learn more about that. So I think that is the most important thing, is to understand who the vulnerable populations are and what their greatest needs are.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Barr. I echo Councilmember Burt's thanks for your years of service to our community and for applying tonight to serve more. And I would like to take a look at your social determinants of health book, because just yesterday, listening to you talk about mediating different points of view, yesterday, the state announced new affordability cost targets for health providers. Came out of a table I facilitated in Sacramento to get the Office of Healthcare Affordability to protect our most vulnerable. So love to talk to you about that.
Send me an email, bar@stanford.edu.
Excellent, excellent. Anyway, I just wanted to just give you the opportunity, since Councilmember Burt brought up, social posts, if there are any out there we should know about from you that you think might be particularly, I don't know, polarizing, or even just ones you want to talk about. And if there's none, that's fine. But I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
I mean, in terms of social issues?
Social media or
Social-
other public postings, blogs.
Oh, no, I am not on social media.
Fair enough.
I do have a few friends on LinkedIn, but I only check it when someone messages me.
Okay.
And I've never been on Facebook, and I don't even know what TikTok is. So I check my email every day, and that's how I tend to interact with people.
Okay,
So,
noted. Just try to be,
yeah.
have some equanimity across the board, or equity across the board. Thank you.
Sure.
Good, thank you. Well, you have less than 30 seconds. If you have a closing remarks or.
I think that Palo Alto has a lot of things it can do to really help its most vulnerable populations, and I hope I can contribute to that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Barr. Up next, Kara Silver. Welcome. 10 minutes, give a opening statement, then we'll do Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. First of all, it's an honor to follow Don Barr, a true local hero. I have been a municipal attorney for over 30 years. I worked in Palo Alto for 10 years. I worked primarily in the planning department, working on planning, zoning, and housing issues. I also worked to help with the real estate department, public works, and community service departments. One of my favorite projects was working with the council subcommittee to acquire the former Los Altos treatment plant site, the LATP site that is now going to be the home of Project Home Key, which is wonderful to see that site being developed. I have also been an interim city attorney for a year for Menlo Park. I've worked as a city attorney for Portola Valley for the past 7 years, and I was a deputy city attorney for Santa Monica for 10 years. So I have a real broad range of experience in municipal issues of relevance to the Human Resources or Human Relations Commission. I have worked on drafting ordinances in the areas of inclusionary housing, ADU law, zoning law, and also working on the prior housing element that was certified for City of Palo Alto. I've worked on forming the Race and Equity Commission for the City of Portola Valley. I've worked on a series of constitutional issues for other cities. First Amendment and equal protection come up very routinely. I have worked on the beginning stages of the environmental justice element for the city of Menlo Park. That's an element of a general plan that's required of some cities. It's not required for Palo Alto. And I have worked on a number of issues relating to the unhoused population in Santa Monica. When I was there, before the Boise case came out, there were a lot of strategies that cities were taking to assist the unhoused population. Lots of those strategies were legally challenged, and so I worked on litigation in those areas. Also, in my capacity as a public attorney, I've sat through hundreds of public meetings. I served on the Cal City's Brown Act Committee for the state of California for 2 terms, and I'm very well versed with public hearings and how to conduct a respectful public hearing process. The reason why I'm applying at this stage for the Human Relations Commission is that I recently retired. I'm not sure if it's a retirement or a sabbatical, but in any event, I'm hoping to kind of pivot to policy-related issues. And all of the policy issues that I'm most interested in fall under the Human Relations Commission. I am very interested right now in housing issues and in youth issues. Happy to talk more about those issues with you, but I'm looking forward to making a change from sort of looking at things through a legal lens to looking at it through a policy lens. I'm sure some of you can relate.
Councilmember Binker.
As one of those who can relate, thank you. That was a very helpful introduction, and thank you, Ms. Silver, for applying to use your substantial talent for our city in this capacity. So just to be sort of equitable and give everyone a chance to address one of the biggest issues of our day, I will ask you about this trying time with our community and the rest of the country feeling the effects of the conflict in the Middle East and the war in Gaza. How might your professional, personal background, activities in the community, or social media or other public statements give us confidence that you could help Palo Altans get through this trying time with as great a sense of safety and belonging as possible?
Great. Thank you for the question. So I will say that I listened to both of the listening sessions that were conducted by the HRC. I thought they were brilliantly done. I think it was really important to have a hearing just dedicated to listening to each other's perspectives. I learned a lot myself, and I think all of the commissioners did, and the public did as well. I think there was some criticism about handling the sessions separately, but I think in the end, it really was helpful to create as safe a space as possible for the introduction of this really meaty topic. I think it was called a retreat, where the commission got together to kind of talk about the 2 different perspectives. Unfortunately, I was out of town, and I don't think the Zoom recording was working, so I didn't see that session, but I saw the 6 or 7 action items that are going to be forwarded to the council for consideration. I thought that those were also very reflective of the comments that I had heard from both of the different communities. And I think the takeaway that I had from those listening sessions was that the requests were so similar from the different communities. And I think that as we talk about kind of the Palo Alto way, we're a small city. Sometimes we call ourselves a town, and we play soccer and go to school with folks of all different cultures and races and religions. And I like the fact that the listening sessions focused on the lived experience here, because we're not going to solve this age-old problem. But I think we can use that Palo Alto way to come together and listen to each other and recognize that we have much more in common than one might think.
Councilmember Coop.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for applying, Ms. Silver. Are you also experienced mediator?
Mediator. So I used to, when I was living in Southern California, I was a volunteer trial judge and mediator, but I have not done any mediation recently.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With the remaining time, I guess my one last question: what do you see as the most pressing issues facing the HRC and your kind of extensive background, especially in municipal law? How do you think you're going to be able to benefit the commission in that area?
Right. Can I pick two?
Sure.
No, I mean, certainly, I think the conflict that we've been talking about, the Mideast conflict, is something that the HRC will continue to be involved in. That's, although there has been sort of a resolution around that, but I think that the HRC will be and should be involved in the implementation of some of the more, some of those action items. But I think that I really think that housing is a big issue. And I've seen the city council and the planning commission struggle with housing options. And I think there's a role for the HRC to play in that the HRC can kind of brainstorm and vet different types of housing programs. Like, I've always been interested in intergenerational housing, in co-housing, in cooperative housing, and there are so many different housing models that the city council and planning commission are not necessarily addressing because there's not, a specific project or specific legislation in front of them, but it's something that the HRC can vet as a policy matter.
Wonderful. Thank you for your application and good luck.
Thank you.
And then our final candidate for the Human Relations Commission is Mary Kate Stimler. Welcome. I know you've been watching for a while, so 10 minutes, provide an opening statement.
Great. Well, thank you all. I want to say it's an honor to follow such a talented slate of candidates. We are so lucky in Palo Alto to have so many talented, intelligent folks to draw from when addressing these big questions for our community. I also want to thank you for the opportunity you gave me 9 months ago to join the HRC. It has really been such a joy to me to get to be a part of the commission. And I wanted to share with you a little bit, first about my background and then about what I've loved so much about the HRC. I am a social scientist by training. I have a master's degree from London School of Economics and a PhD from Berkeley. For the past 13 years, I've worked at Google as a people analyst, where my job was within HR to look at and understand quantitatively and qualitatively the experiences of our employees. It's very similar in many ways to the work of the HRC in that I was constantly listening. I sent over 1 million surveys a year to employees or would-be employees of Google to understand what their experiences were. And similarly to the HRC, we are trying to understand what the experiences are here in Palo Alto. So for why I've loved being a commissioner, the first is that I've had such an incredible opportunity to learn from the residents of our beautiful city. As a commissioner, I have helped organize listening sessions with service providers for the elderly, our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities, our Jewish, Israeli, Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian communities, and I'm currently working on a listening session with our faith leaders. I was lucky to join at a time when the commission was prioritizing these kind of exploratory listening sessions because it meant that I got to start by being really grounded in the voices and the experiences of our community. Second, I have loved working with our other commissioners. As I've mentioned, we've got a talented group of folks who want to contribute to this commission. We have a range of skill sets and a range of perspectives. And as things have been somewhat spicy at times, we have continued to work through our differences I've really enjoyed working with the other commissioners. And third, as a social scientist, being a commissioner is a great fit for my training and skills. I recently worked on a report on our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community, in which I was able to use both a survey run from the HRC, the city's own community survey, and the census to share the unique needs of this large and growing Palo Alto community. And fourth and final reason that I've loved being on the commission is that we have all heard that this is a difficult time for our city. We have heard the hateful and discriminatory statements that are being shared during the public comments of nearly every city meeting. And they've happened so frequently that it has almost become the norm. But they are not the norm. And the HRC has a role in helping to find ways to build an inclusive community. And that has become more important in the face of this kind of hate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thanks for your ongoing service. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Dimler, thank you so much for your service on the commission and for applying to re-up. We appreciate it. I don't need to tell you that we are in this trying time. You have experienced the impact of what's happened in the Middle East. You've experienced that as a commissioner through these listening sessions. You've listened well to people I know. We'd love to know how your professional or personal background or activities in the community or other attributes or your social media or other public statements can give us confidence that you'll be able to help Palo Altans get through this challenging time with as great a sense of safety and belonging as possible.
Absolutely. So I think the first thing I would say is that because I've already been a member of the commission and I've already gotten to listen to so many of these powerful stories that have been shared, that I think is the number one thing that I'm bringing back to the commission is the stories and the experiences that I've heard and listened to. I think in terms of my own personal and professional skills, as a social scientist, I think that I tend to look at things somewhat objectively and analytically. And I think that can actually be a skill that can really help us in these times. I think if we can look at these issues and see them, actually, I'm going to take that back. I was going to say dispassionately, but I don't think anyone can look at these issues dispassionately. When you hear that kind of pain and fear and outrage that so many people in our community have had, you can't really, you can't look at that dispassionately. I will actually go back, way back to my undergrad as an English major and say that the ability to listen to stories, to really grapple with them and to try to make sense of them, I think is perhaps one of the parts of my personal and professional background that I'll rely on.
Vice Mayor Lowry.
Yes, I want to ask a question that's somewhat similar, but I hope distinctive. You've had a unique perch on this issue of what I'll call the Gaza issue and its fallout in our community by being an incumbent. So my question is sort of, what do you think has worked?
Yeah.
What are next steps? And perhaps even most importantly, what are the constraints?
Yeah.
Because we as council can't expect HRC to get to an end game on their own, whatever that is. So I know that's kind of a fully packed.
It's a deep question, and I want to get back to that question of constraints. But I want to start with what I think should be the starting place for any work in this area. Actually, it was Council Member Lithcott-Ames who brought this up in one of our listening sessions, which was a quote from MLK, who said that returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deep darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. And I think what we need to do is bring our love for our community, for our city, to create some lightness into the situation. And I believe there are some ways we can do this, and we have to get creative. Recently, in one of our commission hearings, we had the mediator program come to visit. And I did ask them, is there a way that we could bring mediation into this situation? And as always, it got complicated. But I do think, thinking outside the box, what resources do we have? I was lucky to sit on the King Public Art Residency panel when they were selecting the artist who's going to be working with the community to create the work that goes outside the city hall. And I reached out to the coordinator afterwards and I said, art would be a really tremendous way, because a lot of what they do is they bring in voices from the community and then create an artwork based on that. And I thought, well, maybe we could have an artist come into the situation and bring together the community members and help them reflect on this through art. So I think we need to be creative and think through, what do we already have as a community? And I think finally, when we're talking about culture, it's really important, which I think is what we're talking about. How do we preserve and protect our culture of inclusion here in Palo Alto? It's always about multiple moments, in a narrative. People construct these narratives about our culture based not on just one thing that happens, but about a string of things that happen. And so I would hate for anyone to have come to the city council meetings and taken away, oh, Palo Alto, what a hateful community. Look at all the strife, look at the language that's being used in Palo Alto. And I think what we can do instead is create a narrative around the Palo Alto way, bringing together many of the things we're already doing. I think the Know Your Neighbor grants, for example, are something that we should be bringing to light in a moment where it's so important that we learn our neighbors' names, that we know who they are, and we can stand together. I'm sure there are other things, like I mentioned, the mediation program, perhaps the public art program, but stringing together many ways in which we show what we want to stand for as a city, so that there's a strong narrative to back up our belief in inclusion.
Great, thank you. If you have a closing statement, you can do so now.
I don't have a closing statement, but I do have one more idea that's come to me as being a commission member. I know we've talked a lot about some of these deeper issues and these high priority issues, but I think there's also many ways in which we could sort of reinvigorate the HRC through some more administrative things. One of which is there is a listserv, for example, that goes out with our agenda, but I don't think we've really audited or pushed involvement with that listserv so that we could actually get out the agenda so that people will know. When we're having controversial topics, many people come, but then just I think at our last meeting, just a handful of folks showed up, and they were actually people who were being asked to participate in some way. And so I think in those moments, how could we actually reinvigorate this committee? How could we reach out so that people know this is an opportunity for them to come and bring their ideas and their needs into the city's light? So that would be another idea I'd have.
Great, thank you. And thank you for reapplying. All right, moving on to our Public Art Commission, and we will start with Shinya Shen. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
You did it perfectly.
Oh, yay, okay. We have 10 minutes. We'd like to give an opening statement, and then we'll do Q&A.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and fellow residents. I'm here tonight to seek reappointment to the Public Art Commission of Palo Alto. Art has a remarkable power to unite and inspire, and Palo Alto, with its unique suburban charm and diverse population, offers a fantastic canvas for public art to strengthen our community bonds. My vision is to support ways to create inclusive spaces that encourage participation and celebrate our rich cultural heritage. Since joining the Public Art Commission in 2017, especially during my tenure as chair this past year, I've supported initiatives that bring public art that positively engage our community. My role has enabled me to be actively involved in our civic events, helping to enrich Palo Alto's cultural landscape. While chair, I successfully pushed to expand the commission's membership from 5 to 7, enhancing the commission's perspective and impact. I'm eager to pass on my institutional knowledge to the next generation of commissioners to continue our supportive leadership in public art. Looking forward, I hope to support projects that tell Palo Alto's unique stories, like transforming the Fry's electronic site, turning it into a public art space that reflects its past history, as a cannery would only educate and also spark dialogues among our diverse community. I'm deeply committed to continuing my work with the Public Art Commission, ensuring that our public art enriches everyone who visits and lives in Palo Alto. Thank you for your consideration for my continuing involvement in shaping our city's public art spaces.
Great, thank you. It's a follow-up question I have
Yes.
to your statement. I love how you talked about using public art to be able to tell our unique stories. Use the Fry site as an example. Are there other places in Palo Alto where you see we can expand our public art to be able to tell stories of maybe some other underserved communities or communities that haven't had their story fully told yet?
You know, to be very honest, I mean, I think in Palo Alto, for the size of the city that we are, our public art program is really, we're punching above our weight. And, you know, we're very privileged to be in this position. And we try to have public art represented in as many places as possible in Palo Alto. Now, not all art pieces tell history, but certainly they conveyed a sense of Palo Alto aesthetics. And there's so many all throughout Palo Alto, not just in downtown areas, not just in California Avenue, but you have them in Midtown, you have them, you know, across Arrestadero, and depending on where we are in Palo Alto, we have different public art pieces that are designed and created to celebrate that locality.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Lowry?
Yeah, as we start to think about investing
Yes,
in more public art,
yes.
what kind of process do you think that, you know, your commission should follow to prioritize expenditures? And how does it get back to council for, you know, the right kind of decision-making process?
That's a really good question. Actually, that's an excellent question. I think our public art program has been maturing. And we have actually instituted a lot of different programs to try to create and put in more governance in how we invite or include or add a piece of artwork into the public art portfolio in order to de-accession a piece of artwork when it's no longer viable. So there's a lot of governance and care and thoughtfulness in both adding a piece of artwork into our custody as well as decommissioning it on behalf of the public. So for instance, there's a de-accession process, and the process itself requires study, requires notification to the public, allow the public to give input, and requires for the staff to make recommendation, and it requires for the Public Art Commission to make a decision. And so, and it's a very transparent process. So we are not taking away a piece of artwork that is beloved by the community without a very thoughtful consideration by many stakeholders. Another example is our mural program, which is another new program. And this is a program to spend money. This is a program that allows us to identify opportunities where we can put up new murals with property owners volunteering their site. We also have a panel of pre-qualified muralists that we can access and recommend very quickly. And we also, because we have the sites available, we have the artists available. So when the opportunities are there, we're able to add vibrant, colorful artwork to different areas of Palo Alto very quickly.
Councilmember Koo?
Thank you, Mayor Stone. Thank you for reapplying, Shinya. I wanted to ask, so you mentioned about the murals in Midtown,
Yes.
and I think I was liaison at the time. I was just kind of wondering if you can share what are some of the lessons that you've learned?
Yes.
And does part of it have to do with also
Mhm.
making sure it's inclusive of the community that
Yes.
that instituted that art?
Yes. So we have wonderful murals in Palo Alto. Some of them, and they're all artwork that we have collected through Palo Alto history. Some are more well known. Some are more publicly, popular. But regardless, you have constituents that love them because once you release something to the public, people become attached to them, even if they're becoming part of the public art portfolio was by accident. So for instance, the poetry mural in Midtown right next to Walgreens, that was actually not originally designated and intended as a long-term piece of public art. It was intended to be a short, temporary art piece. However, because the mural program was not in place, because the de-accession program was not well formulated at the time, somehow this this piece of work, this artwork that was intended for really a short duration became part of the public Palo Alto public art portfolio. And so as a commission, as a city, we have to manage it responsibly. And what that means is there's a lot of ongoing maintenance. And as you can tell, because of the sun exposure and because of the wall's condition, it became a piece of work that required very expensive maintenance. And at some point, the cost benefit analysis just wasn't quite there. So on average, just for your information, we expect a mural to be up for 5 years. And that's written in our mural program. So it's up for 5 years, and thereafter, the property owner can decide what they want to do with it. So there's not going to be a lifelong commitment to continue to paint and repaint, and then making sure that the wall, withstand and all that. And so knowing that this was temporary in nature, there was a process to de-accession it. However, obviously the Midtown residents were very attached to it because it had been there for a long time. So through dialogue with the Midtown Association, we were able to put together a temporary solution which allows for restoration for a limited period of time. But at the same time, we started the mural program to start painting and adding new murals to the city, such as the ones on California Avenue. And the purpose of that is to demonstrate there are opportunities for new artwork. So not just to take away something, but also an opportunity to add something else. And we rather that people are excited by the possibilities of new artwork than crying for something that they are afraid to lose.
Great. Well, thank you for your application and reapplying. Good luck.
Thank you.
And our next applicant is Harriet Stern. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. You can do an opening statement and there'll be Q&A.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm so happy to be with you tonight. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I would be thrilled to serve on the Public Arts Commission. I want to be sure that is clear. I want to be on the Public Art Commission. In recent years, I personally have brought public art projects to the city, and this is something I'm very passionate about, and I cannot wait to continue as a member of the commission. Regarding those public art projects I brought to the city, I received 2 public art Art Lift micro grants. And the first one I used for a Zydeco concert by Andre Thierry. And the second one was used for Pets of Palo Alto, a photography exhibit, which focused on bringing community together by celebrating the pets we loved and cherished during COVID. 40 families were photographed with their pets by our very own local artist, Federica Armstrong, and the photos were displayed on the outside fence of Mitchell Park. I developed, produced, curated, and executed that project. Most recently, I organized We Are What We Eat displayed at the Public Arts Center, which brought art from our sister cities to our very own city. Linköping, Sweden felt that they should send their artist in person with her unique artwork. And we all remember when Mayor Stone and the Crown Princess of Sweden exchanged gifts in front of that super unique sculpture of meatballs, gravy, mashed potatoes, lingonberries, and peas. In addition, for that project, I involved yet another facet of our community. The Palo Alto High School photography students contributed images highlighting the food served in their very own dining rooms. And over 200 people came to that opening, including several of you. So this is my fourth time applying to the Public Arts Commission. And this time I want to make it abundantly clear that I would really love to serve the city in this capacity. I think I've demonstrated my ability and desire to create public art projects. And here I am again in front of you. So I don't give up easily. And I hope you will consider my application favorably. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stern. Appreciate your persistence and letting us know that you really want it. I was intrigued by what you said about Cubberley Art Studios. You've drawn a through line from the ability of the city to have and celebrate art and artists to the necessity that artists be able to live and work and make their art. And so you suggest that Cubberley should be used for something, if Cubberley is used for something else in the future, Palo Alto should maintain subsidized artist studios somewhere within our city limits. I find this a very intriguing idea. I wonder if you have any thoughts beyond what you've already said in your application.
Well, they just had open studios at Cubberley a couple weeks back. And boy, was I impressed with the artwork that's being produced there. And given that I've been in the city 14 years, the first Cubberley Artist Studios open houses I visited, well, it was kind of mom and pop and a lot less sophisticated than it is now. So it shows me that Palo Alto is drawing artists of a high caliber due to the fact that we have these subsidized studio programs. So I think it's imperative that we continue to provide that for the artists and for our community. And they do community service projects too. You're welcome.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, well, first I want to say I'm really bummed that I didn't know about the Zydeco concert. As a big
fun.
Cliftonioneer and Queen Ida fan, I can't believe I missed it. I want to follow up though on the Cubberley concept. And I've come to appreciate the same evolution in these artists and just, I think they're a really underappreciated resource in the community. Aside from us nurturing them, we aren't deriving the benefit of what they produce and could produce for our community. So I want to ask, do you have any thoughts about Cubberley itself, which is a great resource? We hope to be able to really revitalize it. But it's kind of dour in many ways. Do you have any thoughts about opportunities of having those artists use walls at Cubberley as really a canvas?
Well, I know there is a mural project happening at Cubberley now, but it was an outside artist, not one of our Cubberley artists. We do have a Cubberley artist who's going to be presenting to you tonight just after me. So I hope that we can, I think this commission needs some artists on it, actually. The Public Arts Commission should definitely get some artists. So the use of Cubberley, you're talking about how to renovate Cubberley from its current condition using the artists and their art to make it look better or something like that. Is that what you're saying? I think that would be a tall order, and it would be, I think that you actually need to have architects and engineers come in and fix Cubberley up and make it a decent space. And, you know, if you go into these artist studios, I was in, you know, this week, 2 weeks ago, that half of it was an old science lab. I mean, that was interesting, but it's not, they're pretty dire, as you mentioned. So I think that the city should actually put some money, if possible, into fixing up the facility. And then we could even have more and better artists come. So my answer to that is, I don't think that the artists, they're not beholden to fix up the outside, the exterior. I'm not really 100% sure if I'm understanding your question.
It's really more about whether we should embrace giving them the opportunity to do murals in their outside of their spaces.
I think that they are allowed to apply for that, but you know, these artists, they have their own very particular practice. And I have seen recently a couple of our Cubberley artists applied for the King residency. So that they would be producing art that would go in front of City Hall. So I think that the artists of Cubberley do involve themselves in our community in different ways, not necessarily at Cubberley. I think I got it now.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. So, and thank you for applying, Ms. Stern. I'm not quite clear, do you want to be on the Art Commission? No, my question is, in your, in response to the question about specific goals, you mentioned several things. I'll call out a couple. You mentioned seeking out underserved populations to engage in public art, collaborating with senior citizens or disabled populations to introduce public art in terms meaningful to them. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, I do have a day job at Magical Bridge Foundation.
Yes.
So in fact, today I was on the playground with a YCS PALI students, and we had a really interesting collaboration between the post-secondary students from Cubberley and the students from Palo Alto High School. So that kind of collaboration to make art together, we did some arts and crafts projects together. So to me, that's a public arts project right there. So that's the kind of thing I would love to see happen. I would love to see more arts go into communities such as, you know, Stevenson House is right next to our playground. And I always am trying to think about how we can involve the seniors in our playground, or maybe we could take an art project over there. I don't know. But this is the kinds of communities that I would love to see more involved in the arts and creating art that can be displayed publicly, you know, and bring community pride, bring their own pride to seeing their art displayed within our community.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, thank you so much for applying. Good luck.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next applicant is Tara De La Garza. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. You can give an opening statement if you'd like, and then we'll do Q&A.
Thank you. Very welcome. Very happy to be here. Thank you for welcoming. So I am an artist at Cubberley. I'm originally Irish, grew up in Australia, moved to America 15 years ago, became an American citizen last year specifically so that I could join the Public Art Commission. It's going to affect my taxes for the rest of my life, so I hope that has some consideration. I'm also a curator. I started an organization in New York called No Longer Empty, and We had many exhibits in empty storefronts, including the Chelsea Hotel, and working with artists such as Yoko Ono. I also started a similar project in Redwood City a few years ago, and that was a very successful endeavor. And so, yeah, I am an artist at Cubberley. I think it's interesting to hear Pat's question. I think it's a very underutilized resource for public art and for art in general. I definitely have a vision for what I would like to see there as far as public art. I think that the artists could be paid a stipend. I don't think it needs to be thousands of dollars to express their particular artwork in some relation to where their studios are. I think that it could be something that we create a subcommittee for, and the artwork that they want to create there on the walls, such as murals and other sort of more two-dimensional art, could go before a committee, and it could be somewhat managed so that it's not necessarily a free-for-all. But I think it would be I think it would be something that people would do tours to. It would be like, well, let's go and see this amazing place that is full of amazing art. And I personally am a sculptor. I do 2D work as well, but I say that I sequester single-use plastic into minimalist form. I have had one of those micro grants to place some of my stools in Rinconada Park. I think that's how you pronounce it. And I would actually love to see almost between the studio spaces a sculpture garden as well at Cubberley. I think that it's an amazing resource that there could be a lot of opportunities to do great things there. I also run a nonprofit called Inventurous, and we creatively recycle plastic locally. And I'm doing a project with the town of Ladera right now to collect their plastic and make creative projects with it using a 3D printer. So taking the plastic, shredding the plastic, making filament, and then 3D printing some objects for the community with that. I'm very interested in public art myself. I've done a little bit, but I definitely would enjoy this role as a way to learn how to present opportunities for creating public art, which is something that I definitely need some more education about. What else do I have to tell you? Oh, I also ran a festival in Australia for, it was a street festival, and we would shut down the street and about 10,000 people would come, and I would organize bands and street fair, kind of market fair things. And I'm very community minded. I teach yoga at the county jail. I volunteer, teach yoga at the county jail to the women. Yeah, I've done many workshops at my studio for free as part of the Cubberley program. And I love doing that. I actually do more than is mandated, because building community is something that I consider part of my public art, part of my art practice.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Ms. De La Garza. We appreciate that you've applied and to take an oath of citizenship to be an American so that you could apply. Feels like a greater sacrifice than anyone has ever made. I'm intrigued by the fact that you're interested in art for art's sake, as well as art as a mechanism for bringing community together and really stimulating retail. So I think the concept of no longer empty is fascinating. And I'd like you to address how you might bring that here, because Lord knows we have a lot of empty storefronts in our business districts right now.
Yeah.
What's a succinct description of what the Public Art Commission might be able to do to address that here? I wonder if you can also address Third Thursday, which is that one evening a month on Cal Ave when we have musicians performing. So we have live music, another form of art performance, in an effort to really stimulate retail.
I didn't even know about Third Thursday, so I guess getting the word out about it would be good. Yeah, No Longer Empty was really interesting. We built it in a very rough and ready fashion, and got a lawyer on board to help us with the leases. And we were very nimble as well. Like, we could come into a building and get all the paperwork done, and 2 weeks later have an exhibition in the space. And we would say to the tenants, just give us a month's notice. That's all we need, and then we're in and out. And it was amazingly easy process, actually. So all you need, and in fact, when I did it here, I did it in Redwood City, and I just set up a nonprofit through a fiscal sponsor. I guess it would be a bit different with this city, because maybe you want to be involved, or maybe you want to help facilitate and take a step back for it, which may make it a little bit more nimble. But it was a very easy process, and I have a lot of contacts here in the art community with people who, would be able to do that in a very easy fashion. I know that.
You know what? I'm going to stop you there,
yeah.
just because time is waning, and my colleague wants to ask you a question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
I'm going to pass because you just answered my question.
Okay.
Great. Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So I wanted to follow on to actually my colleague's question on kind of our downtowns and the relationship of art opportunities. Are you familiar with what our art commission has done on the Code Art mini festivals?
Yeah, I've volunteered for Code Art, actually.
And they're huge hits with the community. Some of those are clearly very temporary, but others would lend themselves to longer exhibits. Do you have any thoughts about potential of integrating that with empty storefronts or other locations, either downtown or Cal Ave, and have them ongoing for some time?
Yeah, definitely it's more successful if the public can enter the building, is what I've found. Like, having something in a storefront doesn't really activate it in the same way. So I would suggest, building a cadre of volunteers that can be in those spaces, and having a simple insurance policy that it indemnifies the landlord and the temporary tenant from anything. But I have a bigger goal, which is to have this kind of unified idea of what Silicon Valley is, because I think people come to Silicon Valley and they expect to see something that personifies Silicon Valley, and it doesn't really exist. And also, I range wide, and I notice a lot of people kind of stay in their towns. And so what I would actually like is a Silicon Valley-wide program of public art where we can talk to each other in the different cities, and not necessarily have a unified strategy, but just have some discussions with each other about what a greater vision would be for what public art could do to really make it look like, well, what is it, and how do we make it identified as something that people want to come to?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your application. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next is Claude Ezron. Welcome, Claude. You have 10 minutes. Give an opening statement. We'll do Q&A.
Good evening, council members. I'm not an artist, but I was able to successfully organize Palo Alto World Music Day for a dozen years without being a musician. I cannot even carry a tune. I've gained a deep appreciation for art through my personal experience over the years. And I also love to engage with artists whenever I have the opportunity. For instance, I've visited countless museums around the world. Just a month ago, I was in Taiwan, and I spent a lot of time in this extraordinary museum, which is the National Palace Museum in Taipei. And I also saw its southern branch a few days later. Art is one of the key reasons why I make the considerable effort to participate in Burning Man. I've been going there like for 5 years now. I go there despite the heat, the dust, and even last year, a mud apocalypse. But I go there because the art there is absolutely stunning. It's highly creative. It's fun. It really knocks your socks off. And one thing I enjoy there also is talking one-on-one with some of the artists that bring their art on the playa. And also, when I organized World Music Day, I did enjoy interacting with the artists that I was signing up to perform. One thing I didn't mention in the application, but is art related, is that I'm on one of the jury chairs for UNAF, United Nations Association Film Festival. We select some of the best documentaries to show in our community and elsewhere. So art, is meant to enrich and uplift our lives. And quite frankly, public art, it's my personal opinion, in Palo Alto tends to be nice, but it's not exciting enough. And what you want, you don't want to have people who see the art say, oh, it's nice, and they move on. You want them to stop on their tracks and say, wow, this is exciting. What creativity. You want them to say, it's a bit of a test of success. You want them to say, wow, I need to tell my friends to come and see this. So, maybe that would not apply to every single piece of art in Palo Alto, but you want to have enough of them in the city. Maybe, it's given budgetary constraints, maybe it's a question of having a bit less art, but more interesting art. One suggestion would be to bring again some Burning Man art in Palo Alto. A few years ago, we had Aurora, which was a LED tree, which was fairly exciting. Many cities bring Burning Man art. For instance, I've seen it in San Jose, in San Francisco, in Reno. So, if I'm selected, I think I will bring a different perspective. I would love to be able to contribute to bringing more of a wow factor to Palo Alto public art, and to make Palo Alto a bit more than a destination, not just for its restaurants, but also for its art. A bit like I did with World Music Day, where it brought a lot of people from outside of the city and help, obviously, commerce, in Palo Alto.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, when I read your application, I was struck by your words, wow factor. And I sort of get your drift, but how are you going to convince 6 other of your colleagues that this is a wow factor piece and this is not a wow factor piece? Or how are you going to address, let's go out and get wow factor pieces?
So, obviously it's subjective, but
that's part of the question.
I can tell you that from my experience, for instance, at Burning Man, most people would agree, this is like stunning, this is creative. It's a collaborative effort. I've been on the Human Relations Commission before. You work with your colleagues, you try to convince them. But if I don't succeed sometime, I'll try another time. It's a question of collaboration and maybe see with them if they agree that bring some more excitement would be something we could agree upon, and then maybe define some guidelines on how we do it.
Okay, thank you.
Claude, I'm curious, I mean, you served on the HRC for, I think, what, 8?
2 terms, yeah, 8 years.
For 8 years. How do you think that work is going to be able to help you in this role on the Public Art Commission?
Obviously, it would help me a lot because I won't have to learn a lot about how the city functions. I'm used to work with city staff. I was chair for a couple of opportunities on the HRC. I know how the city functions. I know how you collaborate with your peers on the commission, and if you're a chair, how you set the agenda. You work with your vice chair. You make sure your vice chair can succeed you ultimately and be successful. So that's what I've tried to do. Work collaboratively. Sometimes have subcommittee meetings to advance the work.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Councilmember Cook.
So Claude, thank you for applying. I want to find out, is there any place in Palo Alto that we might be missing opportunity for artwork?
The place that missing? I think, I like on King Plaza or Lytton Plaza, I like to see, that's probably where you want to put the stunning pieces, In fact, the Aurora, the Burning Man piece that we had about 7 years ago, something like that, was on King Plaza. So you want to put these things in highly visible places. I think you probably want to put more art on California Avenue and maybe also on New York Avenue. I believe you're in process of ultimately redesigning California Avenue. So here's your opportunity to make it really exciting, a real destination. You want people to tell their friends, look, go there, go and see this. And then, as I said, it will be good for business.
Thank you.
Oh, and Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Claude, for applying and for your prior service to the city. So something you just said intrigued me, where you talked about, in collaboration with renewing downtown and other spaces, thinking about the art there. It's because you've served the city in other capacities, do you have thoughts about more intentional ways that we could integrate art with some of the work of our other commissions and city projects?
Sorry, can we repeat?
I'm just wondering if you have thoughts about how we've integrated art in the past with our other work, and if there are new and better ways that you might suggest that the Art Commission work with.
So, first, one thing I would love to do, if I get on the commission, is look at the budget and see what the funding is, if we can get also some additional money from maybe some private citizens. And then we have to probably look at what are the opportunities, maybe when there is a new building, like for instance, I believe that for the new safety building for this station, there is some work in progress to install some art. I think that's part of a thing that we do for new public buildings. So I would look at opportunities like that, to see what we could do to bring some more excitement.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for applying, Claude. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, next applicant is Yuri Chang. You have 10 minutes. You can provide an opening statement and then we'll do Q&A.
Hi, my name is Yuri Chang. I have been a Palo Alto resident for about 15 years. I am an art historian who specializes in government-funded exhibitions and public art programs. I completed my PhD in art history from Binghamton University, the State University of New York in 2022. My PhD dissertation titled Negotiating Urban Identities, International Art Events and the Cultural Identities of Korean Cities from 1988 to 1995 explores how various stakeholders, including city officials, federal government, local and international artists, curators, community members, and business elites negotiated to represent complex issues related to the identities of cities and their urban landscapes through exhibitions and public art programs. I have expertise in modern and contemporary art history, public art, and urbanism. I also volunteered for the Stanford Cantor Arts Center Gallery Service before starting my PhD program. I provided visitors with exhibition and museum information and assisted with museums' community outreach programs. So if I become a public art commissioner, I can aid in developing meaningful and site-specific public art projects that can inspire our community. In addition to art, I am very passionate about advocating diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have various leadership roles at local organizations. I have worked with them to promote better accessibility and inclusion for disabled people. I am an Accessibility Advisory Committee member for Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo and the City of Palo Alto. I am a board member at the Palo Alto Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, SELPA 1. And I am a Juana Briones Elementary PTA Inclusion and Accessibility Representative. I have been teaching diversity, equity, and inclusion lessons to elementary school students as a YMCA Project Cornerstone Social Emotional Learning lesson. And I am also site lead, so I am leading training session for other adult volunteers on this lesson. So with my community connections and partnerships with local organizations and disability community, I can provide diverse perspectives. If I become a public art commissioner, I aim to amplify the voices of underserved community members, particularly disabled community in public art. My goal is to improve accessibility of public art to all community members. Additionally, I want to help find authentic and high quality public art projects that can represent the diversity and innovation of our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Appreciate that you've applied. It's wonderful to hear a bit about your background. I'm fascinated by the subject of your thesis, negotiating urban identities. And I wonder how you would take all that you've acquired by way of knowledge and contributing to the field and creating the thesis and achieving the PhD. How would you apply that to a city that is not sure it wants to be urban, but is in many ways? How is Palo Alto a case study? And more specifically, as a member of the Public Art Commission, how would you take what you know in that field and apply it here to our relatively small city?
Yeah, although my thesis theme looks very big and very academic, what I learned from my thesis project is there are multiple histories and cultural identities, and the public art is not just representing one identities, or it's more about the process of conversation. So what I learned from my dissertation project is how we can facilitate the conversation between multiple different agencies and community members, for example, community members and business elites or artists, how we can, this collaboration and conversation came into fruition and kind of and inspire the community members. So what I'm trying to say is my dissertation project taught me there are multiple histories and the process is more important than which history should be represented. So from my learning, I would like to emphasize the process of deciding which artwork should be represented Palo Alto, which voices should be represented in certain particular project, which kind of aesthetic and representation should be selected for representing this period of time and this period of place.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thank you. And just going a little further on that, do you have some ideas about either additional forms of art that could become more accessible to the community or locations in the community where we really would benefit from those forms?
There are not particular forms, but I think the interactive art is the most accessible form of art to all the community members, especially disabled people, especially the people with developmental disability. Because art project and art works are not allowed to touched or not allowed to viewed, or sometimes the artwork is just only uses, it requires to use one sensory system, just vision. But like disabled community, they are using various sensory systems. So like touching or hearing or what else? And listening some, or just interactive with the artwork. I think that is the most accessible form of art when I think about disabled community.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for being interested in serving the city. I really appreciate it. I don't know if you know, but the city, we're taking money out of our budget stabilization reserve this year. We were basically losing money. And one topic that's come up is, how much, let me ask it really simply. Does great art only come with lots of money, or can art, can we do something more efficiently with the budget that we have?
So I don't think art should be regarded as some real estate or some like luxury brand handbag or sculpture, things like that. I'm thinking about conceptual art. So there are the artists just using simple photography or using just simple statement. And it doesn't cost that much money, but they are regarded as great artists because they are questioning the old form of thinking of system or representation and the concept of art. So I think within like limited budget of city, we can definitely create great art. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. You have about 50 seconds if there's an opening statement, a closing statement you'd like to deliver. You don't have to.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I'll be really excited to serve as Public Art Commissioner, especially my passion for the accessibility for disability community and diversity and equity and inclusion. I hope I can provide unique perspective to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you for your application. Good luck. Our next applicant is Allison Hun. Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm Allison. I just want to talk just really quickly. I am a lover of art. I'm a mom of 3 teenagers in the community. Last year, I was president of Palo Alto High School team. So we raised money for art, science, education, and I helped to run that program. Before that, I helped to start a project-based school that focused on STEM and STEAM. So we integrated art. It's called Synapse. It's an offshoot of Nueva. So I feel like I have the leadership skills to do that. And most importantly, I just love art. So I've been collecting art, mostly women artists and people of color, which was not in vogue. So I think I can help the city of Palo Alto create, a great collection based on my past experience and my passion. So some of my collections include Yayoi Kusama, who was a contemporary of Andy Warhol, and I collected her 25 years ago when people thought she was crazy, and now she's like one of the most famous female artists living, right? And it's worth millions of dollars, but you didn't need a lot of money 25 years ago if you had the vision, right? I also supported Kehinde Wiley before he painted Obama after his historic win in the White House. So I do think that I have the leadership skill, the vision, and the passion. I'm coming from a tech background. I came here in 1995 as a freshman to attend Stanford University, studied science and engineering, and just felt like that part of my brain was like super intense and focused. And I found relief in art, going to museums and collecting artists. And I've been living here since 1995. And I do feel that Palo Alto, it's really great for innovation, but how do we really bring art into the mix, right? And like, what is art? Art is really like creativity and it fuels innovation, but right now it's really being, segmentized in just like programming, in tech, in artificial intelligence. Well, how do we bring art and creativity, especially to our young people, right? Teenagers, preteens, because I have like 3 kids. And I'm semi-retired, so I've done well in my tech career, but I still advise AI companies. So I think I can bring that to the mix too, right? So I'm familiar with Midjourney, Stable Fusion. I'm doing like a side project with Imad Mostafiq, who's the founder of Stable Fusion. And so I think like that's kind of like the new frontier of art, and it's democratizing art, especially for teenagers, right? It's like giving them like the access, the tools to be the next Da Vinci or Michelangelo, and it just makes it accessible with like the text to image, applications that are out there that's mostly free, like Stable Diffusion or Midjourney. So, just to summarize, I feel, I'm semi-retired. I have the time. I want to give back. I just came from my tenure at the Palo Alto High School teams, so I'm familiar with dealing, in a public, commission environment. And it was the first time in like many years when I ran it that it was actually in the black, right? So like every year, like that program, we are in a deficit. And so during my administration, well, maybe because of like the other officers in the organization, they did a great job, but we were actually profitable. And so we started creating an endowment. So that way we weren't hand to mouth. So I'm really proud of that. At Palo Alto High School, you can talk to the board and the teachers there. I had a really good experience with that. So I feel like I have that artistic vision, but I also have the financial discipline, which I think is really hard to find in a public official. Sometimes they have the idealistic vision, but they don't have the discipline. Sometimes they have the discipline and the hard nose, but they don't have that, that vision, right? So I guess what I'm bringing to the table is both and my love for art.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Lowry?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to actually ask you a question about the financial aspect of what you suggest here, which is to somehow create a fund for public art projects. And who would be the sort of beneficiaries of that?
Well, I don't know. I
How
have
would
to
you
look
pick the
at
artists?
that, right? So we have a nonprofit. So Teams is a nonprofit. We have to reorganize the boards and the board member. So we kind of have to look at the details. So is that a subsidiary of the city of Palo Alto? Do we fundraise? Do we do auctions? Do we start collecting art, right? It's a city, right? So you can do commissions, you can do certain things with very famous artists, and then do an exhibition, but then they have to contribute some of that to the city. And then you can hold that for a few years, and that becomes you could discover the next Yayoi Kusama, and then you can auction off that for millions of dollars and put that into your endowment, right?
You guarantee the millions of dollars? This is sounding better and better.
I have no idea. It's just past performance does not guarantee future gains, but I'm just telling you my past performance. You can go to my house and look at my gallery.
Yeah, what I'm asking though is, would you have the Arts Commission sort of create this fund, administer it, pick the artists to invest in, and then basically retain the art in the city? Is that the idea?
I think that is one idea. We can brainstorm. I think that's part of the job as the commissioner. I like that particular idea, but I think as a commissioner, we need to go around, talk to legal, right? Is that legal, right? I have a lot of experience in a public role. I have all these ideas, but at the end of the day, is this something that is acceptable to the city council, to legal, right? I think if it is, it's a great option.
Yep, I was just probing your idea. Great, thank you, thank you.
Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, thank you for your application. I like what you say about democratizing art. I like in your application where you talked about supporting young emerging artists. You've described that tonight and the work that you've done before. How do we find the next Andy Warhol, the young ones? How do we support the ones who might be really gifted but overlooked?
Well, I think the previous applicant talked about, the academic exercise of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm just living it, right? So you have to go out there and you kind of have to have I partner with some of the top art dealers, right? It's like anything. It's like business development. You have to be out on the ground. There's no shortcut to success, right? That's what I tell the kids. So yeah, so who are the top dealers? Gagosian, Jeffrey Deitch, right? White Cube. So now you're going out there, you're talking to people, and then I go to all the open studios in LA, in New York. There's an emerging art scene in Oakland. I would love to see that in Palo Alto. So I know what that looks like because I'm out there on the ground, and my middle daughter is really into art. She just got an art scholarship to an art school. So I'm out there on the ground kind of doing all these things, right? And so you have to develop an eye, right? With anything.
You have a minute left if you'd like to give a closing statement, but you don't have to.
Yeah, so I would love to serve in this public role. I just ended my tenure at the high school. I'm really passionate about art, not just art in itself, but art as a form of creativity that can lead to programming, that can lead to innovation, right? And that is like a gateway to education, to like learning. And I hope you guys would consider me as the art commissioner.
Okay, thank you for your application. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
And our next applicant is Amber Smith. Welcome, Amber. You have 10 minutes. Give us an opening statement and we'll do some Q&A.
Hello, my name is Amber Smith, and I'm kind of an emerging artist myself. I specialize in using recycled materials. I have an art studio at Art Bias, and I just feel like I'm really active in the community. I love public art. I have a passion for getting kids involved in art. So I have some murals that I'm doing where I have kids I paint the scene and then have kids put bottle caps on it, and we create murals and they sign an artist page, and families come for the event. You know, they're wanting to participate, they're following the projects. I feel like Palo Alto needs a little more of that, bringing community together. I'd like to see us really celebrate who Palo Alto is. Like, we are the heart of Silicon Valley. We are the home for these tech geniuses that are, you know, that have created this wonderful place that we live. And I just feel like that should be celebrated. And I feel like our children need to be a part of that. I feel like, you know, get schools involved, you know, get Spectre Arts, and, you know, we have ceramics, we can create murals, we can do so many things that brings families to these spaces, that brings them to the events that celebrate art. I just feel like, you know, currently I'm working on teaching seniors mosaics, and there is just, when the community is part of the project, there's just so much pride, and I just feel like people really come together. So that's my, you know, heart and cell, is that I just want community to be a part of the art here in Palo Alto. And I really want the art to reflect the genius and just like the heart of what Palo Alto really is, and what we really represent. Short.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Smith, for applying. And I'm fascinated by your multimedia, by your use of recycled materials, raising awareness for environmental issues. I was particularly fascinated by the Cup of Joe neighborhood art project with used Keurig cups. And I assume that was to call attention to those Keurig cups that aren't necessarily eco-friendly. And so could you tell us a little bit more about that? And I think you said that people were encouraged to bring them, but if one didn't use them, could you still participate? Just tell us a little more about that and how it was received.
It was you know, it started in the pandemic, you know, just like that Groundhog Day moment, you know, where you're just, every morning you start your day and you're making your cup of coffee. And my Keurig cups were piling up, and I was having to take them apart, and it was just like, what's going on here? So I was like, I'm gonna have to make something with these. And I started making it in my front yard. So I made this large cup with these Keurig cups, and, you know, everybody's isolating. And so people would come, and the neighbors would, you know, just kind of accumulate 6 feet apart in front of my yard. And it was just a way of bringing the neighborhood together.
the neighbors would bring their Keurig cups, and if they weren't drinking those, there was still a conversation about how much they hated them. So we had neighbors talking about engineering the project. It was a community piece. And then that was why I applied for the grant for the Art Lift grant and take it to Hoover Park. And I continued the piece, making the saucer. And the Hoover residents, or the residents of that neighborhood, would bring the cups in, and then I would work on it in the park. And I was able to I made many friends because I was there about 3 days a week for about 3 months. So yeah, I made lots of friends, and it was just a place for people to congregate. It was adorable because you would see people doing Tai Chi with Cup of Joe in the background. And, I just really enjoyed that. And I love that art can be that, a thing that really represents or symbolizes the changes that we need to make in society. But it can bring so much pleasure. And, I felt like Cup of Joe had an element of whimsy, but it tackled a very difficult topic. So.
Terrific. You may need to put a water bottle out of water bottles right next to
I
it.
have this plan to make this big igloo out of water bottles.
There we go. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for applying. You mentioned that you've been waiting for painting the utility boxes for a long, long time. What other things might you be waiting for?
I would like a large mural. And I don't even have a building picked out, but I feel like in this downtown area, there's lots of bare walls. And I would love to see a mural that really celebrates Silicon Valley. I would like to see like the train station, like those tunnels, just really, just to really make it friendly, make our train stations friendly. And just, I feel like there's so many opportunities, but I feel like when we can involve children and families, and whether, I did a mural in San Carlos where, we had people, the public, sign up to do a color square, and, the artist finalized it, but the public was part of that mural. And I believe we need to do a lot more of that, because then it becomes theirs. And it's just like these kids that sign their name to the artist page. They are so proud.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you for applying, Ms. Smith. We appreciate it. I have to say my partner, Dan, was on the board of Art Bias for a number of years. And so I know the organization well, and really lovely to know you're a part of it. I want to talk to you about the Mayfet Parade.
Yes.
Given your work as a parent volunteer at a number of our public schools, your service on the PTA, you mentioned the Mayfet Parade. I'm really struck by, over its 100 years, it has really morphed in shape. Back in the day when my kids were at Briones, we helmed the Briones float for 3 years, and every elementary school had a float, a mixed media project attached to a trailer driven through town. And lately that's not been happening, and I'm not sure why.
It's sad.
So what do you think we could do? How could the Public Arts Commission get involved with the schools to really bring that creativity back? There's nothing that brings the heart to that place of beautiful emotion, I think, more than a child with a float marching down a street in their hometown.
I would agree. And I don't think it's hard. I feel like the schools want to do this. I have teachers contacting me all the time asking me, will you help us lead this project? I believe that they are hungry for it. And, I'm not really sure. We have plenty of wealth in our communities. Parents are willing to donate time and money to putting these floats together. I think it's just not organized. It's not asked for. I just think that you give a competition and people step up.
Great. You have less than a minute if you'd like to give a closing statement, but you're not obligated to.
I'm kind of new at this, but I have a passion for public art. Part of what I wanted to do here is to learn as much about public art community as possible. That is why I'm applying. So,
well, thank you
I'm
for
hungry
applying.
for it.
And good luck.
Yeah.
And our final applicant, Sonia Padawarden. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. Give an opening statement, then we'll do Q&A.
Hi, my name is Sonia Patwardhan. I own an art gallery here in Palo Alto. It started as a passion venture about 11 years ago. And today we employ about 11 people, and we work with clients all over the US mostly, and then to some extent outside the US. I mostly represent a lot of artists from India in the US. And we also work with a lot of artists from the US as well as internationally for clients. And we usually work on residential projects for clients' homes. And yeah, and that's it. And in my previous life before this, I worked in marketing and advertising with Unilever and with Heinz in Pittsburgh on ketchup brand. And then this started as a passion venture. I started first as a collector, and then one thing led to the other, and I now own the gallery.
Thank you. Guess I'll start us off. What do you think is the greatest need in Palo Alto as far as public art and your background and experience? How will you bring that to the commission to be able to help us get to that goal?
Primarily just getting some high quality art from different parts of the world in key places in Palo Alto. So we have a mural, I think in the farmers market on California Avenue in a couple of places. I think it's great. It adds a lot of color and life to the place. We do have a nice sculpture by an artist, Mike Szabo, outside California train station. That's nice too, but a lot more of that. And I would say also from different parts of the world, because we have people living here who have come from all over the country and the world. But just high quality art, which just enhances the stature of Palo Alto in Silicon Valley. We see it randomly in a few places here and there, but it's not like a cohesive presentation of art where you see it and you're like, oh, wow, where have I come? And nothing on a consistent basis.
Thank you. Councilmember Vicker?
Yes. Thank you so much, Sonia, for applying to serve. So I was intrigued because one of your goals was first and foremost to have more high quality art at key locations, and the mayor just asked you some about that. And a lot of people have talked tonight about some high profile locations and such. But I was intrigued by your lifting up the painting of the garage door of the fire station, and talking about not just what it should look like, but how it's used, what work hours, what the neighborhood context is. And so I thought that was insightful. So are there other places that one might not immediately think of as locations for public art that you might suggest we get more creative about?
So that was actually something where I'd seen recordings of some of the prior meetings, and that location was discussed a lot over there, and that's where that thought came up with. I came up with, let me think. I think definitely places where we have a lot of people coming together on a regular basis, so you have the maximum impact and maximum value for your buck, so to speak. So I find farmers market, I've been going there for about 11 years. Every Sunday, I never miss it. But we have the same sort of people coming and we are there for many hours out there, but that would be a key location. I think our parks, we have a lot of really good parks, but having some high quality sculptures will be great to have out there. And there are a few artists I'm working with right now where you see it and it's like you stop dead in your tracks. You feel something, it makes you think something. But having that at least in a few of our parks, I think will be great. And these are stainless steel, metal, clean looking, sharp looking, sleek sculptures. Definitely, I think in our train stations, we can do a lot more of just murals. It's not very expensive. People are always spending time out there waiting for the train and having something, I think inviting artists from a few different parts of the world to do murals out there, I think will be very interesting. So this is just something that I can think of from the top of my head. But I would start with areas where you have a lot of people getting together consistently and where you have a captive audience.
Thank you.
This is my first time doing this. I didn't come prepared. I saw the other two people who were talking and I knew they had prepared a lot. I just walked in. So I'm just being myself 110%. And I don't have a closing statement. I know you may ask me for one, but I don't have one.
No, you're great. You're doing great. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Zanaka.
If there was an art piece in our city that you think is not right, which one would it be? Like if you were to say, we got to get rid of some sort of art, what would be your pick?
In Palo Alto?
In Palo Alto.
So honestly, I don't see that much art in Palo Alto like I see in some of the other cities. But if I were to pick art that would work well out here, I think one basic ground rule would be it has to work well across multiple different age groups and be appropriate, especially for kids. I would think that would be most important, number one. And number two, something that's just, I mean, that's a given, it's a non-negotiable, but that's politically correct and not, will work well and respectful of different cultures and ethnic groups living in the city. That would be, these are like non-negotiables that I would think of first. That enhances people coming together and living here, but not something which could be, divisive.
Yeah, I was actually asking about art removal. For instance, we had, there was an art piece at, on the in front of the pizza, I forgot the name of the pizza store, but there's a pizza store where there was this egg where it had made up, I think, circuit boards or something like that, and they got removed, right? And so there's art always getting removed. So I think there's art being added and there's art being removed. And I was just curious if you had thought about art being removed in our city.
I haven't seen the artwork, so it's difficult to say without seeing it. I'll have to see it and I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Without seeing it, I don't know. Hard to comment. But typically, I think before honing in on something, it will almost help to have a few members of different ethnicities and just run it by them, because you never know what may disturb whom till you've actually shown it to them.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your application and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question, Greg, or not really? I feel like I didn't.
Well, I think it's a hard question, right? It's just that a lot of people.
Do you have the painting in front of you?
No, that's not painting. It was actually, I personally thought I kind of liked it. It was like I think an egg made out of circuit boards, and I thought it was really cool, and I was kind of sad to see it go. But I think that's one of the things our commission does, which is not just add art, they also take away art. And so I was just trying to get your opinion on that.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you again. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.